Okay. Alright. I need to check the alert first. Just in case I want to be able to hear them. Was it... I forget if it was Streamlabs or... Let's check if it's Let's check if it's Streamlabs or if it's Stream Elements. Okay. I don't know. Let's test the one that always breaks. Okay. Let me try that one more time. It's a double. And I know why I don't know why it's doubling. Maybe it's just because, Okay, let me try it one more time. Yeah. Hey, Sajad. Hey, MGG. Okay. It works. Okay, my alerts work. Yay. Hopefully they don't break like last time, even though I think I actually, like, fixed them the last time. Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay. There we go. Yeah, please be calm this time. Thank you. I appreciate your understanding. Do I need to clean out this D-pad? Because it's, like, it is giga stiff. I'm surprised I got that. Okay, I got it twice in a row. Jump, jump. Go to the right. Yeah, there we go. That's how you get it to work correctly. Jump up here. That's too much. Yeah. I should have just not moved. The jump was too high. You don't really get the clip because you move forward more the higher you go. You move forward less the lower you are when you do the body slam. Weird. Need to turn down the volume just a tad. There we go. That's better. Jump. Get on the branch. Okay. Cool. Damn it. I forgot. There we go. I cut the corner so I can't do this again. I have not figured out how to say your name yet. Orally. Merrily. Yeah, there you go. I was too far to the left there, I think. I haven't played the game in a couple of days, so, there will be some challenges. not playing the game for a couple of days is already enough to kind of mess up a couple of things. Particularly this. That's not gonna work. It worked anyways. Okay, cool. One, two, three. I might be too far to the left. That's too high. I got it. Cool. Yo, Jet, thanks for the good luck. Okay, got it. Yo, Master Stick, thanks for the good luck. Okay, we have to practice some... Yo, Zoki, how am I feeling? Doing a lot better, that's for sure. Understandable. Interesting choice of words. What? Partially. I mean, I also felt bad because I was supposed to stream Tuesday and I was supposed to stream Wednesday and then neither happened. There you go.
Moritz's stronghold of evil. This is where we wrong
The right. And sweep the past under the rug. Really bad. Really bad movement. Also, alerts are fully back. So like if I get a sub or a raid or something, I will get an alert. I just like beatboxing for fun. Ay, 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 ay. Fuck was that? Oh, I almost died. Ding. Ding. That was... The idea was good. Execution was bad. I also should have died there. Yo, flowers. Oh, shit. Oh, that was weird. Okay. If I go... okay. I need to stop then for the next cycle. Because there's no way I'm making... There's no way I'm making the next slide jump if I'm fast, I think. I'll see. Let's see. Oh, I made it anyways. Cool. Moving a little bit. My spirit is unbreakable. Sion! Almost died. Aww. Virgil Arc is here, yes. Dan. Yep, Virgil Arc is here. Ah, sí, el skip de la montaña, ¿eh? Es muy difícil porque hay un borde de un píxel. Es muy difícil hacerlo. Pero el hitbox de Crash es lo más importante porque tiene tamaño de los zapatos de Crash. Así que ¿cómo se dice? Pues en inglés se dice la zona de asfalto, margin of error. Prácticamente es zapato a zapato de Crash. It would have been the funniest thing ever, I know. That would have been great. Algo complicados, pero bastante posibles. Exacto, sí. No es lo más difícil. Es lo más difícil. Es no morirse en el último nivel y el skip de la montaña. Wait, did I fuck up the... No. You'll probably start learning twins this weekend. Hit me up on Saturday or Sunday. Depending, because, while most likely Friday is gonna be the day that I'm not free, because I have plans, it's possible that changes. Yo, mad. Not much. Yesterday was kind of funny. I was planning on finishing an anime yesterday and doing a little bit of reading to catch up on some stuff. And none of that happened because my great aunt and uncle required tech support. Konnichiwa. 女子はいかがですかはいはいはいはいはい。いかがですか敬語は忘れちゃったけど。Another grind stream, let's go. Hopefully world record, we'll see. まあいいと思う。うんうんうんうん。こんにちは。ごきげんよう。キモ。ごきげんよう。Imagine. Fue la escuela de mal. Esto es muy complicado. Queda softlock. Porque tienes que. Tienes que salta. Salta de un trigger. Enjoy the GIF. Nice. Tienes que saltar un trigger en la mitad de... No sé cómo se dice. El salón. Supongo. Está en la mitad. Y también tienes que saltar de la... Saltar de la esquina. Porque... activa unos humos que, que pueden hacer daño de córtex. Y también tienes que... Y también tienes que... ¿Cómo se dice? Retro achievement. 簡単で、簡単簡単ダメージは、そっか、そっか。I'm streaming on Twitch, yeah. そっか、そっか、知らなかった。楽しそう。どこであ。楽しそう。してみたい。 Multitasking languages, yep. That's pretty normal for me. That is indeed what I do, yep. It does take me longer to read Japanese because my kanji is not that great, but... no, Chikoku. Chikoku. How many languages do I speak? I speak 3. I speak English, Spanish, and Japanese. Jiko? Chikoku? 見たいけど楽しそう。俺にとって。That you need to learn Portuguese, understandable. You'll try and use broken English to save you the trouble. I mean, it's fine if you want to test my Japanese here and there. Why am I going backwards? That's weird. But yeah, I speak English, Spanish, and Japanese, though my Japanese is a little weaker than the other two. I do know a little bit of French, and I know a little bit of Italian, and I know an extremely basic amount of Russian. I can also bullshit a couple of sentences in Portuguese, but that's just because, well, I speak Spanish. The same thing with Italian and French, though I actually did take 1 semester of Italian and 1 semester of French. I should have died there. I did die there. But yeah, basically I had, I had a breakfast burrito because I did tech support yesterday and I got, $20. And I'm just like, you know what? I haven't really been eating well recently. I'm gonna treat myself. So I went to Taco Bell. And then, like, the lady accidentally dropped my change. And then she's like, oh, I can get it for you. And I'm like, it's just change. It's okay. And then she forgot my water, and I'm like, damn, my free water that I paid $0 for. You forgot. I'm so upset. And then I ate my 2 breakfast burritos. I was happy. I don't have it in me. I don't have it in me to be mean to people that don't deserve it. They're just doing their jobs. I'm just like, yeah, I don't mind. I don't care. Damn. Both the rats? That's unlucky. Why is the entire fucking world over here, dude? I'm so behind the cycle. They want me? Would you ever fuck a rat? Enough of my friends play gacha to the point where, like, I have to ask the question if I see rat. Well, there is a certain princess in a castle I'd like to meet. Well, do mountain skip one more time, and then I can start doing runs. They were breakfast burritos. They had eggs and bacon and potatoes. They're pretty good. You have seen people who would fuck a rat? Same. I've had people tell me straight to my face, I absolutely would. I mean, for ZZZ players, I can't blame them. That's a little too much danger for me, bruh. Because I wanted to. Yeah, I understand it, but it's just way too much damn danger. Like, I can fix her? Yeah, when you end up in a fucking coffin. Do I think they care? Hell no. Of course not. And you'd fuck a shark? Also understandable. Just know that you are getting into it. Into something very bad. That is some of the worst movement I've had here. It's fine, though. We ball. It's always the gacha players. Yep, I know. It's always the gacha players. It's always those damn fucking gacha players. What are they giving them? See, understandable. See, some people... See, here's the thing. Some people would boink a girl. Some people would boink a guy. Some people would boink anybody in between. Some people would boink all of them. And some people would boink none of them. The reason why it's the gacha players is that is the exact reason why the gacha industry exists in the first fucking place. Is literally to prey on the people that either really admire the women in the gacha or they really want to consume the porn. Or both. You're a native Spanish speaker and your English skills are... Your English conversation skills are pretty bad. Could I give you advice? How's your pronunciation? Do you run into issues with people understanding you? Or is it just that you don't want to, like... Or is it like you're just self-conscious about it? Because the biggest thing about... I mean... I'll tell you this, and I think this is like really important, is that talking to strangers is not exactly easy. It would be better to talk to somebody who knows both that you're already friends with. Or somebody that you trust first, because the thing is you will be more open to making mistakes and receiving the criticism. Tú hablas mismo en inglés para practicar la conversación y la pronunciación. Pues todo depende de la práctica. Cualquier cosa también, sí. Pues es que la razón por la que mucha gente tiene ansiedad, o sea, le da ansiedad hablar en un idioma que no es su nativo, es porque es difícil conversar. Just go to the US. Es difícil conversar con el miedo de hacer faltas, ¿verdad? Pero es lo mismo en tu idioma nativo, ¿verdad? Es lo mismo. Lo diferente es que es difícil hacerlo porque no estás, o sea, no te sientes cómodo. Pero la verdad es que no hay ningún momento en que no habrá ningún momento en que te sientes cómodo hablar en otros idiomas sin practicarlos. Basically, you will never feel comfortable speaking the language. The only thing you could do is just do it. That's it. Like, I still feel really self-conscious when I speak in Spanish. Like, I still have a hard time making conversation. The best thing to do is just to do it, because the more you do it, the less it will affect you. Because you will always feel a level of incompetence. You'll always feel a level of not having confidence. You will never get to the point where you will feel comfortable. Because that's what learning language is. You will never reach a point where you will feel fully comfortable doing it. It's just impossible. You have to understand fully that you will always feel anxious. You will always not be confident. And that's okay. All of that is okay. Just keep going and keep trying. That's it. That's all you have to do, is keep going and keep trying. But I will also say, if it really is a serious problem, make friends that speak both languages. And then you don't have to go through the process of... No. Não, eu falo português. Your speaking is still pretty bad because you're kind of shy when it comes to meeting new people. Exactly. I don't generally talk to new people. I just have friends that that speak both in communities I'm in, and I talk to them. Sometimes in English and sometimes in Spanish. It depends on who. It doesn't... you will never... You will never, easily be able to talk to new people in a different language when you have no confidence in yourself. It's just not gonna happen. Only thing you could do is just find people you already know who speak both. And then just, like, say, like, hey, you know, can I, like, try practicing with you? And I mean people who actually speak both. I don't mean, like, another learner. I mean somebody that actually speaks both at, like, a very decent level. Because then, if there's issues in communication, you could switch to the other language and then explain what's going on. You have a safety net. It gives you a level of trust. At least until you are capable of, at least until you are capable of not needing the safety net. Like, when I speak in Spanish, that is one of my biggest fears. Because, like, I have listening problems in general. So I have a hard time actually doing conversation in Spanish. When I'm speaking is perfectly fine. If I'm listening and typing, perfectly fine. But if I'm listening and speaking, there's a problem. So most of the people that I speak to also speak English. Enough to where, like, we can do both in the case that there's misunderstandings. Or if I get frustrated. Or if they get frustrated, they can switch too. It's like that. And that helps. It helps a lot. Damn it. I jumped too early, that's why I didn't get it. I mean, you're not going to also, if you're also shy in your when you're speaking your native language, that is going to carry over. You're not a different person. You may have different like feelings when you're speaking the other language. Like, certain trauma doesn't happen while others do. But that doesn't, like, mean that if you are a shy person that has trouble making friends and the issue is a personality issue and not a trauma-related issue, it will not be different in your second language. You have to deal with it the same way that you would deal with making friends in your native language, if it's not trauma-related. If it is trauma-related, you shouldn't have any issues. A good example is that, because some of my friendship making is a little trauma related, when I'm speaking in Spanish, I have almost no issues making new friends. Because I'm kind of extroverted. But at the same time, specifically speaking, like, in conversation, like spoken conversation, that is where I can't really do it. That's a totally different issue. But online, no. Like, I make new friends super easily, and I will talk to basically anybody in Spanish. Thanks for the small stonks, Sion. Sion, did you see the breakfast burrito that I got today? Well, I got 2 of them. They were just from Taco Bell, but it's like, yeah, I fucking $20. I earned $20. Oh yeah, I never made alerts for the, I didn't make alerts for the points. Fuck. I knew I was forgetting something. I guess I'll have to make those sometime this weekend. Shit. Yeah, you guys will see alerts if I get raids, bits, tips, or, what else was it? Or subs. This is gonna take some time for me to get back into the swing of things, back into the groove. But who knows, like, maybe, you never know, today might be the day. Nuevos amigos. You got the genders wrong. Nuevas amigas or nuevos amigos? Close enough. Yeah. It'll take some time. Remembering to match them is easier in speech than typing, I found, because my fingers love to switch O for A. So I make that problem. When I'm typing, I tend to switch the genders even if I'm, like, thinking in my head, because I usually type, I mix up that. It's a one-letter difference, yeah. I do that and it annoys the shit out of me. Because, like, I look at it and I'm like, I was literally thinking nuevo, but I put nueva. I was thinking amigo, but I wrote amiga. So there is a word for cool in Spanish, though it doesn't mean the same thing. Well, there's two words I could think of that are, like, actually particularly cool, but it's not the same. It doesn't mean the same. It's a close approximation. One is genial, which is kind of like a mixture between, like, when you misspell something like that. Yeah. Genial is one of them. But that's also kind of like, it's like awesome. It's like a mixture between cool and awesome, and then you have why. While talking and have an accent. Yeah. Rarely having those, rarely those aren't really issues. But yeah, the two ones that I usually go for are genial or why, but you can also just say cool. Está muy cool. And most people will understand you. This is... You'd rather just say cool? You could say... You could say, like, es muy cool hacer amigos nuevos, or nuevos amigos. Word for... There isn't a word for grieve, yeah. Hacer el duelo. I mean, there is... There is, doler. But doler doesn't mean the same thing. Because dolerse is just like, it hurts me. So, like, me duelen los ojos, but it doesn't mean the same thing. Spanish moment, yeah. There also really isn't an equivalent for liking something. Because like is not a word in Spanish. Do you have gustarse? But gustarse means, I mean, it fits the same. It fits the same, like, meaning, but it's not the same at the same time. Because it means please, not whatever. Isn't that more like taste? No, that's saber. Gustos is taste, but gustarse is, so like, me gusta. Me gusta ramen. Ramen pleases me. That is literally what that means. Ramen pleases me. I said gustarse. Saber means to know or to taste. Like, sabe picante. Sabe dulce. Sabe bien. Sabe mal. Versus, you know, like, tú sabes. You know. You wouldn't say, like, tú sabes to mean, like, you taste. That's weird. ロボットボス。ちょっと待って。Mierda. で、ダメージを与え。普通にクリアするっていう、という、最悪。単理スキルポイントすら使えないんだよ。時々。何だった時々。gustarse, ya. 自分。むずそう。超むずそう。マジで。最悪だろうね。これ。Yeah, gustarse. And that's how you would write it. Dolerse, which I've never really seen it used as dolerse. You always see like me duele or me duelen. And the noun is dolor. Like dolor de cabeza, headache. Dude. Me gusta el ramen. The context is that it means the same thing. But there's no real equivalent. If you do say it pleases me, contextually in English it means something different. And usually sexual. Sexual or it's either sexual or you're like there are differences between Spain and yeah. Like contextually saying it pleases me is either like you are you're exerting power over the person or you're talking about sex. Because pleasure in English is usually used to mean something sexual. Something euphoric, and power is one of those things. That's also one of the biggest reasons why, like, you don't hear "it would please me." You would hear "it if you please" at most. But in the same vein, desgustarse also doesn't mean the same thing as in English, because in desgustarse it means you don't like something. Whereas when you say something is disgusting in English, it means casco. Me da asco. Which is weird. Like, they're I would consider them parallels. more than, like, direct equivalents. There's no real way to say the things and it meaning the same thing. It's just that there are parallels that work in the exact same way. What about liking food? Me gusta la comida. Unless you're talking about, like, you know, like, food pleasing you. That's a little different, but generally, like, again, people don't use it like that in English. But, like, if it's, like, you know, you like food, it's like, me gusta la comida. Like, me gusta ramen, me gustan los tacos. Or, you could say you love it, like, me encanta. Encantarse. But there's also a lot of ways you could say it, like, in Spain, usually when you like something, like a movie or food, you'll say, tiene buena pinta. Which means absolutely nothing in Latin America. Usually, they might say, que rico. One of the things that I say is, riquísimo. I like saying riquísimo when I like the food, but also I will say tiene buena pinta. There's also a way to say cool in Spain. There's two ways, mola and flipa. Que flipa, tío. Me mola, tío. I do say both of those, by the way. I just, when I speak Spanish on stream, I don't say them because most of the people that are talking to me, disgustarse o disgusto también se puede decir. I didn't know that. Do I find joy? Of course I do. Of course it makes me happy. I mean, sometimes it's funny. Because, like, my Spanish accent is really good, so I will have natives wonder where I'm from. 最後のボスはなんだ? はいはい。イレーザー人は簡単だったのを覚えている。うん。何戦終わってしまったのはちょっと3つこの漢字はなんだろうね。読み方は知らんけど。ごめん。漢字弱いから。Delicioso, sabroso. That's true. Delicioso as well. I don't say delicioso. They replaced my goat with Ichiro Oda. What? More confident? Would I say I'm more confident? I'm way more confident in my Spanish pronunciation than my Japanese pronunciation. I have more confidence in, like, actually speaking Japanese because when I started learning Spanish, I had a stutter. There's a level of fear when I speak in Spanish that you don't really... ¿Qué top? Soy top, Pues tengo todos los récords. Así que... Okay, I didn't receive a Twitch notification for that raid that I just got, supposedly. Insert cool raid message here. Hey Rach, thanks for the raid. I did not even... Oh, there it is. I see it now. 38. I need to learn it anyways. Understandable, yeah. Hablo 3 idiomas. Inglés, español y japonés. Sé un poquito de italiano, francés y ruso. Pero no tanto. Hey, yo, thanks for the raid. Hope your stream went well. Flowers is indeed here. I also hope everybody enjoyed my my raid alert. I finally fixed it. I finally fixed my alerts. So now we have alerts. Alerts are back. You got there too late to see. Add sound to them? There's no sound? Bruh. I heard the sound. Come on. That's BS, dude. I think I might know the reason for that, though. Menor tiempo del mundo. Lo que tengo. 24 minutos 38 segundos. ¿Cuál es mi idioma nativo? Inglés, sí. There was no sound from your end? Fuck! Left on a cliffhanger. Oh, that's what you meant. Yeah, that's true. No fucking sound. I'm upset. So, I fixed the alerts, but there was no sound on your guys' end. There was only sound on my end. The Satam GIF, yeah. It wasn't Sat AM, though. No, I'm not gonna give Giganut. Yo, Safai Hobo. Your internet's been flaky. Well, apparently nobody's getting it. You heard and saw the alert. Wait, so... Okay. So there was sound. Okay. Yo, Stu, my king. For some reason, your mind went to Sat AM. Was it just that it was really quiet? I might be able to fix that. I can now adjust my capture card volume. No super form, yeah. It is kind of weird that, like, people noted I sound like I have more confidence when I speak in Japanese than in Spanish, which it is true that, like, the words come out more easily when I'm speaking in Japanese than in Spanish, but that, it's a trauma-related thing. Dude, you can't fucking read chat while doing mountain skip, you dumbass. Don't even try it. Nothing showed or played on Twitch for you? That's weird, because... Wait, it worked on YouTube. The fuck is that emote? I can't see it yet. Oh, I see that emote now, yeah. Okay, so let me get this straight. On YouTube, the alert was... on YouTube, people could hear and see the alert. On Twitch, you could not. What? Please read chat while doing mountain skip. Imagine. Okay, so now I'm even more confused as to why the fuck it would be different, because it's the same stream. 50% alerts fixed. This can't even be an issue on my end. Can I test play? I'll do it in a second. Oh, neat. Stupid fucking nut. Okay, sorry guys. I'm gonna have to bring up stream elements. Okay. I'm going to do a test alert for sub. You get motivated to learn languages? You think it's awesome to be part of a community that shares the same interests? Nice. That was really quiet. Okay. I am going to, fuck, what do I do? ¿Cuánto tiempo juegas Crash? Depende del juego. Este juego, para speedrunning, mucho tiempo. You heard nothing but voice after the test alert announcement? Yeah, because it was really quiet. Hang on. I'm going to up this one. Save settings. Okay. So here's what we do. I'm going to up this a lot. And then I'm going to turn this down. There we go. Now. Okay.
I'll have to give myself a promotion.
How was that? Okay, this one I'm gonna have to turn down. Okay, let's see this one. Okay. Alright. How's that? Maybe I should turn the game up a little bit more. Turn up the game just a little bit more. There you go. Okay. Let's go back to what I was doing before. Alright. Alerts have been fixed. Para el speedrunning llevo algunos, oh yeah, thanks for the good luck in the lurk. Sonic had American cartoons. Yes, it had 3 of them. One of them sucked. One of them was Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, which is one of my favorites. One of my favorite, cartoons of all time. Then there was Sonic Sat AM, which was much darker, and had one of my favorite versions of Robotnik, which is like... I will get him right in the palm of my hand. Oh, makes me feel all giddly, sniffly. Jim Cummings Robotnik. Oof. Cinema. Absolute, perfect, fucking evil character. Mind you, I love Jim Cummings because I'm a giant fan of Winnie the Pooh. Winnie the Pooh's my fucking boy. Don't you dare disrespect my boy Winnie the Pooh. You will be shot on sight. Buy a water bottle. You will be hit. It will hurt, and I will not say sorry. It's on sight. It's on sight. You get hit by the water bottle. Don't disrespect my man Winnie the Pooh. It's on fucking sight. What do I think of the Tigger movie? I haven't watched it. I haven't seen anything like modern of Winnie the Pooh. Or anything like within the past like 20 years, I think. But like, I loved Winnie the Pooh when I was a kid. I used to watch the one because we had it on VHS. When I'm done with Nut Jail, go and watch a Tigger movie, maybe. But listen, so here's the thing, right? So the one thing where Christopher Robin goes to school, I've seen that so many fucking times. And then it's just Owl saying, S-C-H-O-O-L, skull. And I'm just like, bruh. And so they go into this cave. Nothing happens. And then they come out. Get the tissues ready because I'm gonna cry. I always cry at movies, dude. I am a huge crier. Like, movies, I watch movies, I cry. Even if they're not sad, I will cry at movies. I don't know why, I just do. I was watching, I forget what anime movie with my friend a couple years ago. And then it was just like, it was one where, like, this girl has to go through, like, she has to, it's something to do with, like, the cyber world or whatever, and then she, like, half exists in the real world, and the guy is basically going and saving her. And then it's like, it wasn't even scary at the end, or sad at the end, it's just, like, everything turned out great. I started fucking bawling, and then my friend was like, why are you crying? And I'm like, I don't fucking know! It's not sad! Peak cinema. Yeah, the thing is I never watched many movies. Just in general. Make this one exception. Maybe not today, but I will do that. Good stories be good stories. Encountering slash enjoying one. I'll put it on the list. I have a lot of stuff that I have to watch. Damn it. Come on, man. Why did you do that? Okay, that was my fault. Okay, yeah. Reset. But when I do watch it, I will report back to you. But I have a lot of stuff that I have to catch up on. You fulfilled your duty of spreading the good word of the Tigger movie. Yes. And the wonderful thing about Tiggers is I'm the only one. I mean, I'm sure I will be sad. I remember watching, what was it? Something Inverted. And I was fucking bawling at the end of the fucking movie. Weathering with You, I think I cried. Kimi no Na wa I also cried at it. Trying to think about what else. But, like, yeah. I am indeed a crier when it comes to movies, and I don't care. Like, I mean... You could be like, wow, that's like such a weird and weak thing to do. And it's just like, I don't give a fuck. Movies make me emotional. I don't know, I don't give a fuck. Listen, man. I am Virgil. The Virgil arc has begun. Thank you for that. Now I shall give you death in return. OST of this game is your favorite? Interesting. A lot of people do love the OST for this game, and it is very, very well made. No, you guys don't need to give me, words of assurance. I know. But it's just like, I don't really care to, like, say about this stuff, because who cares? It's like, I love watching cartoons, and I love watching movies when I can, especially with people. I didn't really get to do that when I was younger. I was too far to the right. Thank you for that. I was thinking for a while now, actually, that I was gonna add a Virgil picture to, I was gonna add a Virgil picture to my stream layout, okay. To my stream layout, but I couldn't find one that I could also add, like, the Humby to, and look both menacing, but also hilarious. So, I was like, today I'm like, you know what? Virgil chair. And then I'm like, yep, that's it. That's what's going on the layout. Virgil in the chair. That's me. This is power. It's just me speedrunning while motivated, though. Because I'm pretty motivated. Sound engineer, it's that every sound came from a voice. The mixing is... Yes. Spiral Mouth were very good at what they were doing. And it takes an incredible amount of talent to be capable of pulling something like this off. Unfortunately, after CTTR, they broke up. I mean, I'm not a sound engineer, but, like, I mean, doing voices and also, minor beatboxing and stuff, like, I am a sound guy. Almost my entire, like, way that I experience the world is through sound. Not, like, music, but through sound. I have aphantasia, like, not severe aphantasia, but I have aphantasia, and how I generally deal with it is most of my thoughts are aural. I hear instead of see. So, like, if you imagine a scenario in your head, or, like, if I imagine a scenario in my head, I will think of noises, and I will think of voices, rather than thinking of the actual place and, like, putting people there and objects. I will mostly be able to, reason things out through sound, rather than through visuals. If you ask me to imagine a color, like, actually imagine a color, I will probably think of a sound for the color rather than the color itself. Because it's just easier and it makes more sense. I don't have synesthesia. It's just that it is much easier for me to imagine a sound than to imagine a visual. And I can imagine visuals. That is not an issue. And actually, when I dream, my dreams are incredibly vivid. Like, if I lucid dream, I can remember the details very clearly just because they're extremely vivid. Even ones that I had like 10 years ago. Interestingly enough. But it's only really visual and vivid when I dream, not when I'm thinking. When I'm thinking, sound almost always comes first. It's also one of the reasons why if somebody tells me something absolutely, like, horrid, they say, I can't even read this because it paints such a picture in my head. Because I can't imagine it, it doesn't matter to me. It's kind of a superpower, but at the same time, it also kind of sucks, but it doesn't affect my ability to read and understand things. It just kind of acts more like a podcast than, whatever. Also, by the way, in case anybody is curious about this, because this is something kind of interesting. This has no effect on visual memory. Like, I can still remember visual details, and I have no problems recognizing visual information. It's just that actually pulling it from my head doesn't really work. For example, unless I see the person every single day, and even my best friends, and if you ask me what color is their hair or their eyes, if I never noticed it, I won't be able to pull it, and I will get it wrong. Like, I'm 100% serious. I can't pull the image. If you were to ask me, yo, Juandi, if you were to ask me, like, what color something is, and I can't reason it out, I probably won't be able to do it. So, very, very good example is Crash Twinsanity. Though, mind you, I ran Twinsanity mostly in black and white when I was first learning it. Or, like, actually reaching the intermediate stages. Un remake, no. Creo que no. Han olvidado este juego. Y la industria no se puede hacer un remake. Según yo. So, like, for example, since I was mostly learning this game, on my HD TV, which could not, do a PAL signal, if you were to tell me what colors each of the gems were, I would not be able to tell you. And even though I've done Hundo tons of times, I will not be able to tell you what color the gems actually are, even though I see them all the time, except for certain ones, because I know where most of the yellow gems are, because of the fact that the yellow gems tend to be the hardest ones to get. NTSC 2.0. Hang on, I can't read that just yet. Hello. Aaron Ruthard? You performed PS2 OPL and converted NTSC 2.0 to PAL, which converted it to 50 Hz. There's literally no slide glitch. Yes, we know. I 100% was insane. Yes, it was, and I can do even better. I thought I couldn't. I went back and I checked it out, and I looked at the movement, and it's not as good as my, my no dimension skip movement is right now. I will do better. You also die when you touch Coco. Hang on, what? Oh wait, no, that's because it's NTSC 2.0. The only version where that doesn't work is European PS2. Yeah, but it's not allowed. We don't allow that. We don't allow to do that. Okay, Aaron. Yeah, I will do better. Not too long after you played the game. My memory and thought process, like, pulling from memory, my stuff is not... Yo, Colty. My stuff is not visual. Like, I can. But a lot of the times, I can't pull visuals from my brain. I can to some degree, but it doesn't really work. Most of it is sound-based. So I can play something in black and white, and it will not affect me at all. The only thing it might do is make it more difficult for me to see through contrast. That's the only issue. And the more modern the game is, the more difficult that becomes, because they care more about realism than contrast. So, like, I wouldn't be able to play, what are my thoughts about the new Lego Batman game? I have no idea, and I don't really care much about Lego games, unfortunately. Do I have what's called internal dialogue? Yes. Not just that. I am fully capable of, it's not just my own voice. I am fully capable of replicating almost any voice I hear in my head. Including, I am capable of very easily predicting how somebody would think and feel in a scenario, and even to the points of some of their speech habits. And also, I can use that to reason out things that maybe I missed in a certain perspective of my own. I am able to pull back like that. And it is to the point where, fully learn a song by listening to it 2 or 3 times, that is, that's called perfect pitch. I have that to some degree. I can learn how to sing songs just by listening. But I can't learn lyrics. My problem is I need to actually have the lyrics up, but outside of that, I can do most of the pitches on my own. Also known as PP, yes, you have PP. Use PP wisely. Yeah, I don't have good visuals, but, like, I can perfectly replicate voices in my head. For example, my grandmother... and my grandmother has been gone for 21 years. I still perfectly remember her voice. It's been 21 years and I perfectly remember her voice. I can basically bring it up whenever I want. I've never copied it. I could, but I've never copied it. The only thing is I don't have a grasp of her personality because I was too young to be able to do that. Analyze speech patterns and all this other stuff, but I knew exactly how she... Am I also good at mimicking voice? I can't get the proper Kermit, but Devil Artemis Kermit. See you later, Sal!
Kermit the Frog here.
I could do Stitch.
Hi. Ohana means family.
But that's like one of the easiest voices you can do, so I mean, like that's not exactly cool. Yeah, I never imagined backstories or anything. But, a lot of the times, I would use this for scenarios, so that way I could kind of, like, experience things I couldn't experience in the real world. Just in case I would, like, be able to build, like, social skills or whatever, or do things, because I just didn't have many friends when I was a kid. But I still do this, by the way. But I just don't need to do it much anymore because, like, there's no point. I've done it tens of thousands of times. I've gained most of the experience that I would need from it. I mostly do it usually to make sure that I'm not doing something really fucking dumb or hurting somebody, or, like, what to say or do in the case that... so I don't hurt myself. Yo, Roy. Thanks for the word of affirmation and the good luck. Ba-dum, ba-dum. Where was bro going? Damn it. I jumped too early. That was pretty slow anyways. I was able to use this when I was doing theater. Because I could play every single role. And the other actors hated it. They fucking hated me for that. Where's the nut going? Damn. I landed on the nut instead of pushed it. But yeah, that's not to say, like, oh, you know, he doesn't get along with them because of it. Okay. So I'm gonna say the realest thing, right? This is gonna come across as mean, and I very much so understand this. Just because somebody has a problem with something does not always mean that it should be excused. There's always levels to this. But the thing is, new thumbnail looks promising, understandable. Here is the thing. Just because you have something that makes you different doesn't always mean that that is the excuse you should be given when you are causing problems for other people. You are still very much so responsible for your own actions as long as you have agency. Does that mean that the person needs to change their ways? No. But what it does mean is they're probably not where they should be. The thing is that when you interact with people socially, just tolerating certain things is not healthy. That's pity. The thing is like, yeah, it's true. Society doesn't understand people who are different, but there's also another thing. People who are different don't understand at the same time that in order to socialize, you always need to have levels of compromise. It's both things. It's always both things. The moment that you understand that both society needs to understand those people and those people need to do that, it's problem... like, what needs to be understood is both. Both are true. You have to meet in the middle. If you can't meet in the middle, you are not where you're supposed to be. But if you overly tolerate things that are toxic and bad or cause issues within a social group, that's just as bad as not tolerating it at all. It causes the same issue, but in the opposite direction. Because there are people who have those problems and they will problems with that, and they will bottle it up. And it will eventually destroy the friend group. Because then everybody's shit-talking, everybody's criticizing, and then people don't like what's going on. And that just causes that causes a downfall. At the same time, if you don't tolerate things at all, it causes the exact same thing, but in the opposite direction. As in, like, people won't like the other people because they're not tolerant of certain things and going against what they say, and they don't think it's right. And it will do the exact same thing, but from the opposite end. The only way to fix it is to meet in the middle. And if you can't meet in the middle, you're not where you're supposed to be. And here's the other thing too. Because I know people are not don't like hearing that. Because they don't agree with it. He doesn't coordinate with the part of the project. Yeah, that is a problem. That is a problem. And there are so many different reasons why that could be. You could always be sympathetic, because you should be, and you should always be empathetic about those things. But it doesn't always fix the problems. This is something I had to learn the hard way, by the way. Because I used to be that kid that was, like, completely isolated from everybody. Basically, nobody liked me for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different reasons, whatever. Maybe I was too blunt, too nice, not nice enough. All these other things. And issues caused me to basically be isolated, and I didn't understand what the hell was going on. But then, in my early 20s, or my mid-20s rather, no, it was the start of my 20s, I had this issue where, like, I decided, and I was being led to block all of the things, all of the potential autism, all of this and all of that, to try to be completely normal appearing. But the problem is that it turned me into another version of the guy that was leading me. And the thing is that was also causing problems with my friendships. Like, it didn't really... It wasn't good. It was really bad. Both sides, to the extreme, are bad. Yeah, I was actually that kid that was isolated, yeah. I learned through a lot of trial and error how the fuck to just deal with it. And it's like, I learned and taught myself social skills through learning languages and other things, while also learning to accept myself, but at the same time also understand that if there's an issue, it's not always my fault, and it's not always their fault. It's always in between. But I am still... You are and isolated right now? F. But you have friends on Twitch. But I learned you can do both, and you could be both. You're still liable for the consequences. Like, you are still responsible for your own actions. But understanding why your actions happen as well can help prevent problems in the future. Left to another state to work? Damn. People are very complicated. And a lot of the people that watch me, I understand this very much, that a lot of us are not exactly socially apt. We're not flowers. Flowers is a god. And we love flowers for it. But the thing is at the same time, a lot of people tend to forget that just because somebody appears normal, or somebody like seems to fit into society or whatever, everybody's got their own fucking problems. Every single human being has problems, and all of it is extremely fucking, like, complicated. It's just people are extremely good at hiding it. Extremely good at hiding it. Doing most of the work. Yeah, that sucks. Pushing problems onto others is bad. Yes, that's also true. There are so many different factors. And that's the reason why a lot of people just don't have the capability of socializing. Because of bad experiences and all this other stuff. And it's like, no, we're just human. You thought I was a high schooler? What? I'm 31! Not to tell others about your problems because they will hate you. It depends on the person. It always depends on the person. Changed how you thought? No, that's fine. That always happens. Not anymore. The thing is, and I mean, I just went through something kind of recently that, I don't want to go into details about it. But I will say this, is that there was a falling out that happened recently, and that person did know a lot about my issues. And that's the thing, is that, like, there are some people who will hate you for your issues, and there are some people who will accept you for them. But the best person that you could be around is the person that will literally tell you, you fucked up. And they will pick you up and say, like, I will help you. The person that can literally tell you, you fucked up, but will also try to pick you up and help you out, is the person that you should trust. Anybody else, you should not trust. Even if they say, oh no, it's fine, all of your problems, they're valid, it's like, well, not all the time. That can do the opposite. That can make you worse. You just feel justified. But it's like, hey, listen, you know, this is something we can work on, I can help you out with it, but you fucked up. And then buys you ice cream. That is an extremely healthy friendship, but finding people like that is hard. It's very hard. I'm lucky because the one person, and I have several people that I know of who are like this. Sub 1 does indeed suck. My best friend is like this. And you know what? We talked about that. Well, yeah. Like, the thing is like, that's called healing. Painful, then help. Yes! You can't heal. You can't heal if you don't open the wound, but also put a little bit of, you know, ointment on it. If you just leave it there, it's just gonna be a scar. But at the same time, some problems should not be revealed, and certain things just can't really be that, and discerning things is hard. Your best friend now lives in Germany? Yeah, my best friend is moving to Portugal soon. So I won't be able to see him physically, though he lives in a different state anyways, but he's moving to Portugal soon. It's gonna suck. But if there's anything that you could basically take away from what I say is, like, being vulnerable to the right people is not a bad thing. It is a good thing. Just know when you should allow yourself to be vulnerable around others. Like, the thing is, and I'm gonna say this might sound pedantic. I'm an extremely tough motherfucker. Extremely tough. I don't care if I allow myself to be vulnerable in front of an audience. But that's the thing, is that I am tough enough to deal with it. A lot of people that know the shit I've been through know I'm really fucking tough. But that's the thing, is that most people are not. And that's fine. This generation is peak? Nah. How would I define my toughness? I have had to fight an entire community alone. Including several different people who were narcissistic and extremely vindictive and very, very manipulative. In the one hobby that ever gave me joy. I got completely isolated by my own hobby. The only thing that ever made me happy. And I was completely alone for 5 years being a shut-in. And the scariest part is, I never thought about leaving. And I am still perfectly sane. Completely and totally insane. Including some other things that happened in my former years. Family life was not very good when I was a child. It's just that at the same time, the thing is like, I don't show it because there's no reason to. I'm not really scared of being myself. That's why, like, you don't see it, but the thing is like, if you peer in, you might see glimpses of, like, wait a second, why is this guy perfectly fine with this or that? It's like, well, because I've been through so much fucking worse that I just don't give a shit. And I would never wish any of it on anybody, because the thing is the only way to get there is by literally having to go through massive amounts of turmoil, mental and sometimes physical, and then come out okay. And the amount of people that could do that is, like, extremely fucking low. I hope that anybody that is here that has even been anywhere near close to what I've been through, or worse, I feel very sorry for you. And I really hope that you can get the help that you need. But instead of doing things like lashing out or whatever, the thing is like, I just don't see the point in, causing more negativity, because I'm tired of that. I'm tired of, like... I'm fucking tired of negativity. I'm fucking tired of all of it. I wouldn't say this game is the hardest game. But there is a reason why I am perfectly okay with, like, grinding this game, despite the fact that it's, like, a hellhole. So, I mean, that is pretty much what what I'd like to say is, like, it's fine if you're different, but it's also fine to, like, want to try to fit in, because everybody wants to fit in somewhere. Just don't let other people use it against you. And you'll eventually find something. Always gonna be a light at the end of the tunnel as long as you keep looking for it. I know, I'm basically like saying something Uncle Iroh said in Avatar. A children's fucking show. But the thing is, it's true. The more you just look for the darkness, that's all you'll ever find. But it takes a lot of toughness to be able to endure until things get better. I'm gonna do what Smarkin does. That's more lag. Welcome back. I don't like doing this, like, life coach stuff, but at the same time, it's like, if I think that there's something that somebody might need to hear, I will say it. It's part of my personality. I, unfortunately, have this unconscious desire to help other people. But of course, the problem there, it's a double-edged sword, because the thing is like, think of it like Gohan from Dragon Ball. A very kind person, and I was thinking about this, you should never mistake kindness for weakness, because if it's a genuine kindness, you don't want to find out what happens when that person justifies their anger. That is the kind of kindness you don't want to fuck around and find out with. Mistake your kindness for weakness and find your card canceled, as Taylor said it, and yeah, understandable. As long as the kindness is genuine kindness. If it's not genuine kindness, the person has something to hide, unfortunately. The meanings of kind. Kind is difficult to describe. Welcome back, yes. Get that when you got home? Don't give up, you'll find it eventually. Kind is not really an easily translatable word. Can I press the... I pressed Y instead of B? I'm fucking dumb. Wholesome is easier. Being wholesome is way... Okay. Okay, you meant, like, translating, yeah. It has the same aspects. Yeah. I will say this, though. Being wholesome is way fucking easier than not being wholesome. I do not understand why people put in the energy to be, like, conniving and all this shit. It makes no fucking sense. It's so easy. Just don't desire bad things about other people. Holy shit. Both the type of object category? Yeah, flowers, I know. The kind of person, yeah. It's really easy to just be nice to people. I don't understand why, like, it's so easy for people to be mean. I don't get it. I do not understand it. You're only cryptic and Machiavellian because you care? See, understandable. Well, there you go. My sister's like that. My sister's also very autistic. Like, very, very autistic. How old? Older than you. She's also married. Well, not married, but she has kids. I have technically 2 sisters, but we don't talk about the older one. Both have kids. One's in and out of jail. I'm not going to tell you how old they are. English classes are getting more difficult. That's true. Yeah, exactly. Why would... I mean, first of all, insensitive. Yeah. First of all, the thing is, no one would be able to handle either of them in this chat. Second of all, that is literally stepping on a landmine. You want to be very careful about that. Just in life in general. Because I could have been extremely mean right there. I know it's jokes. I get it. But I'm just warning everybody right now. That is a landmine that you don't want to step on. Just for any person that you meet. All of you are broken? Nope. True, but nope. I will say this right now. Because big surprise, Money is not always a factor. The ones that only care about the money are the people you shouldn't be worrying about. Fuck. And also, the only thing that I really have that's, like, similar to my sister is nerd shit and autism. Our personalities are completely different. We don't even really get along that well. We do, but we don't. To be fair, I have played Repo with her on stream before. But that's beside the point. And no, nobody is going to know who she is. I can tell you it's not Rach. Rach is, wait, are you Australian? It was you, you confess? Imagine. I was about to say, like, you're Australian. Imagine. The accent is fake, you're from Ohio? Shit. This is a psyop. Am I not Australian? Imagine. I'm Austrian. What is das? Whoa. What are you doing? Have I fully recovered? Mostly. Helped a little bit that I went to my great aunt and uncle's because I wasn't able to go to their to my great uncle's birthday party when I was in Mexico. Because I was in Mexico. They needed their internet fixed, and I helped them solve the problem, and then the problem was solved, and they gave me $20. And so this morning I got Taco Bell. I had 2 breakfast burritos. They were very good. I have a lot of experience with autistic people. You know the funny thing, by the way, is that generally autistic people tend to interact a lot with other autistic people. Same thing, people with ADHD tend to interact with a lot of other people with ADHD. If you look at your, like, best friends and the people you mesh the best with, you will probably find that if you are autistic, they're also autistic. If you have ADHD, they also have ADHD. You will find that. And listen, I'm going to create the biggest JoJo reference ever. Have you ever wondered why stand users attract each other? Autistic people are stand users. You don't think you have it? Your brother has it? Autism is genetic. So, fun fact. I'm gonna give everybody, like, a biological fun fact here. here's the interesting thing. Everybody here has heard about the link between Tylenol and autism, right? Where a lot of women who get pregnant and they take things like acetaminophen, paracetamol, Tylenol during pregnancy, there is a link to autism. But here's the thing. It's not the thing you take to relieve the pain. Autistic people feel pain more than normal people. So with that being said, the women who take a lot of those during pregnancy are autistic, and they don't know it. So when the child is born and has autism, that's not the Tylenol. It was a symptom from the mother, because the mother already had it. There is a correlation, but it's not the causation. The causation is the fact that the mother already had autism, and the correlation is the pain, so she takes more fucking things to relieve the pain. That's the fucking secret. A lot of pregnant women take it compared to the number of autistic children. That is also very true. That is also very true. And just because your parents have it doesn't mean you have it. But also there is an interesting thing, because there are certain people who don't really grow out of the autism. But what happens is that they just end up gaining the skills that counteract a lot of the downsides of having autism. Which a lot of people, what they used to call it Asperger's, they call it now ASD, Autistic Spectrum Disorder. And so a lot of people that, like, in childhood just somehow gained the abilities that most autistic people don't get. And people just don't even know that that's what's going on. The brain is fascinating. It's really weird. But then it's also just like, not everybody that has autistic parents also get autism. Yeah, you may or may not have it, but you don't care. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, if it doesn't affect your life, it doesn't fucking matter. In fact, if you're one of those in-between cases, it's probably better, because you basically have an innate ability to understand both sides. And that's an extremely useful skill. That is an extremely useful skill for socializing in general. You do understand both sides. And see, that's good. I let go of the stick too early. There you go. Yeah, that's a fun little thing. People don't really understand the fascinating things about socializing. The thing is like, I focus a lot on sociolinguistics, so I do understand levels of psychology, not to the same degree as somebody who is like an expert on it, but because sociolinguistics is kind of like up my alley, I do have levels of understanding of how people work socially, because I kind of had to learn those skills, since like I also interact with people in different cultures. I speak 3 languages. I stream a lot, and I interact with people from other cultures, but a lot of those people also speak English. So I've learned a lot of things that would basically go into sociolinguistics, and I kind of have these levels of understanding, because, like, I've learned so many things about people just from all of my experiences with things. And it is one of the reasons why usually when I talk about a lot of things like what I talked about today of like what not fitting in, whatever, a lot of that stuff is way more complicated than you think, and it's not just you. And also at the same time, even if you don't see that other people aren't struggling, they definitely are. They are definitely struggling. You just don't see it. But also, they may not be struggling in certain areas, but they struggle in other areas. The only thing you can do is that if it bothers you, you need to keep trying. Until you either find a middle ground, or find a means to solve the issue. Problem is, that's not easy. That is extremely fucking hard. I mean, I'm the kind of guy that'll just tell it to you straight, but at the same time, I'm not going to make you feel doom and gloom. It's not how I deal with things. I deal with things head on. Yeah, you learn a lot of things from talking to other people, and you can also learn perspectives that can change your life. Like, I've learned life-changing perspectives from talking to other people. Particularly people in different cultures. People are fascinating. It's not always doom and gloom. Okay. I am crazy ahead of the cycle right now. Hang on. If you're too self-aware, then there are two versions of yourself? Yes and no. The thing that's kind of scary about psychology is that personalities are not unified. But a lot of the... there is something in our brains that unifies them. And I'm not here to say, like, oh, everybody's got split personalities. It's just everybody has bits and pieces and fragments of themselves that essentially make up who they are. And you can act differently in different scenarios based on who you're around and all this other stuff. Doesn't really matter. I am extremely self-aware of who I am, unfortunately. Is this really fast? I don't know if this is like best seg pays or something. I wasn't paying attention, I was just talking. This is one of the reasons why I like to yap, is that I'm not aware of what the fuck is going on entirely. I kind of just let my brain do the work. Watching what you say, and then you. But there's always layers to that. You don't reveal everything about yourself to other people. This is definitely not best seg pace. No. You can't be too trusting. You also just can't, like, always let your guard down. It's not really possible. There's so few people I can think of two people. One of them more so than the other, who know who I am besides from just, like, the outside. There's two people that know that side of me. The only thing is that you're not really going to find that much different. It's just that, well... The only thing that you're really going to find in that is just, like, just a weirder version of me. I could do a slide jump there, but I'm still too scared to do it. Second fastest, or like, 121's pretty good. I could get 120, though. I did split early, though, so it may actually have been a 120. The thing is, though, is that's okay. You don't have to reveal who you are entirely to other people. You're still yourself. It doesn't matter. It's just there are some people you can just let your hair down with, and some people that you can't. Everybody has... I mean... In my case, how I understand what I'm saying is everybody still has the kid inside of them. As an adult, you grow barriers and you grow, like, you grow walls so that way you don't just act like that kid because you don't want to be vulnerable. You want to actually, like, do things and, like, be able to get out in the world without being hurt. That's my take on it. And I would not, I don't understand any other way to take it, to be honest. Doesn't mean there aren't, because I'm sure there are. I don't know. But that's my interpretation anyway. So how come I actually get, hang on, 1, 2, 3, 4. How come I get my 5th life all the time when I do, high seas? I've noticed that in basically all of my runs now, and I know I don't have, like, a uniform amount of Wumpa. I don't know. People are fascinating. One, 2, 3, 4. Wumpa Man being a bitch? Maybe. You weren't paying attention? I wasn't paying attention either, but I've noticed in several of my runs that I gained a 5th life. He was being a bitch for you too? Damn. What were you doing?
To the Psychotron.
Did he steal from you? Damn. There we go. That's how it's done. That movement was sexy. Holy fuck. You were playing Bash? Uh-oh.
You monster! Let my brother go!
Let's bash to a 4%, imagine. You know, funny thing, by the way,
And only one person can help.
when I do my subathon later in the month, bash 200% is gonna be a goal. Yeah, Dio.
Obviously,
GG's on the 1018 or the 1017.
And there. Quickly, to my private dirigible. Set a course for Madame Amberley's Academy of Evil.
Yo, by the way, Dio got a DOPB'd in any percent. Flowers, can you shout out Dio real quick? Okay. Why was that a best seg? Okay. Let's see. Okay. No! Come on, man. Fuck, that was crazy. Understandable. I'm gonna practice that a little bit. To be fair though, I kind of freaked out. Yeah, game said no, which sucks because I got the body slams. I never get the body slams. I got the fucking body slams first try, and then... It was a 117, let's go. Dio getting an any percent PB in the great 2026. Let's go. Listen, here's the thing. It was because of the Sevi Islands. What was Bill's friend doing on the islands? What were we doing on the Sevi Islands? What were we doing on the Epstein or the Sevi Islands? I don't know why I'm saying Epstein. Bro almost missed the quick time event, imagine. Of course I get it second try. Watch me get this one first try too. Okay, this is the fastest fucking... Okay. Dude, what the fuck was that?
To the airship, quickly!
That was like... What was that? What was that?
Madame Amberley.
That's like... That was crazy fast. That's the fastest I've ever done. That was the fastest AoE skip I've ever done. Like, that is basically, like, the one AoE skip that, like... I'll put it to you like this. Too many bullshit buttons under chat bot. That the chat button is pushed out the window. See, what happens to me is that, like, my chat will literally just fucking disappear sometimes. It happened to me the other day. Like, my chat just disappeared completely. Am I playing Pokemon Fire Red? I am not. However, I did get the video of Lyra made a website, and there was a Fire Red video about the Sevi Islands, and then I heard him say, Bill's friend invited you to his island, and then my immediate reaction was to go to Discord and message Dio saying like, what was Bill's friend doing on the Sevi Islands? Release the Sevi files. And then I went to the Pokemon speedrunner Juan Lee, and then I posted the same thing, and he said I plead the fifth. And then Dio was like, what were we doing on the Sevi Islands? And then I posted it to one of my friends, and then, like, not too long afterwards, he said, like, wait, Lorelei was on those. She's part of the files. And then he said, there was no way you just spoke this video into existence. I'm like, that is the whole fucking reason I made that joke in the first place. That was yesterday. That was fucking funny as shit. And then I told Dio about it, and Dio's like, oh no, what happens if I open up YouTube? And there it was. He got the same video. If that's not proof that Google is fucking listening to you, I don't know what is. But that was fucking funny. That, like, I just watched a video on YouTube, and then all of a fucking sudden, like, I just come up with this really stupid joke. And then I spread it to other people, and then they get the same fucking video. Yeah, just so you know, Google is basically listening to everything you're fucking saying. I mean, fun fact. Imagine having privacy. It's spreading. I mean, okay. So the whole dystopian thing, what is going on with that in particular is that it's just listening for keywords. If you say keywords or something, what they're trying to do is target ads to you. So that way the advertisers get their money and also the people sell their products. That is the dystopian thing. It's not like they're fully spying on you, like, oh no, you have no privacy. It's just like they have things that are listening for specific keywords, so that way they can sell you certain things. You never get ads for anything you said? Interesting. When I worked at the nail salon, by the way, and then I went on to YouTube before I had YouTube Vanced. I would always get ads on YouTube about, like, about feminine products. Clothes, tampons, baby clothes, diapers. I would get ads for all of that shit. And also for nails. And the thing is like, I mean, I didn't have a girlfriend or anything. It's just that because Google was hearing about all the stuff that was going on in the nail salon, I got ads because like it was assuming that I was either was in a very committed relationship or that I was about to get married. And the ads are a lot more targeted towards women than men, just because, like, at least this is how the ads work. Women are more susceptible to looking at ads and wanting to buy something based off of something they've seen. Which is unfortunate marketing trends, and also why a lot of women products are marked up to the umpteenth degree. Because marketing which is really stupid, is based a lot more off of the willingness. It ads, like marketing and economics are based a lot more off of the willingness for somebody to like shill out cash than it is the actual value of the product. Which is why a lot of guy stuff tends to be cheaper. Like guy clothes and all this other stuff. Health products tend to be a lot cheaper because they say that guys are less willing to shill out a lot of money for products because there's less social pressure, is just what they say in marketing. Yeah, fun little dumb marketing fact. Because reminder that economics is fan fiction of mathematics. Because it only follows trends and it does like all this other stuff. It's not really based off of true like facts and logic and whatnot. It's fan fiction. It's science. It's mathematical fan fiction. Sorry for all those people that study economics, but it's just true. Sorry. And because of that, I hate economics. I took an economics class, I passed it, I really don't give a shit. I never want to take economics again because I fucking hated it. I thought it was nothing but bullshit and heavily flawed. There we go. I almost hit the cutscene trigger. Fuck you. I didn't lose that much time off of that either. Fuck me. The rats are out to get me, dude. They know what I said. They heard I was gonna fuck them. Oh no. Also, of course, take anything I say with a grain of salt. I don't have a lot of things figured out. I'm just a man on the internet playing video games at a fast pace. How dare I play video games? I know. That's crazy. You're gonna talk about me on Twitter? You're gonna get the tweet longer? Oh no. What are you gonna say? Bro's gonna be like... Hang on, I gotta come up with something witty. He hates blue people. How could he do this?
Fresh meat for my pot.
I was pushed back so I could just do that. Working too much? Probably. You don't even have Twitter installed anymore? Yeah, I occasionally get on Twitter, but it's very rare nowadays. I used to... What am I doing? I used to use Twitter for, like, cute pictures. And I used to download a lot when I was, I wouldn't say younger, but, in my early 20s, I was doing that, and then it's like, TweetDeck shut down, and I'm like, eh. What's the point of going to work? Coming home probably because you either need the money or you chose a job that you don't like. Problem with the older generations is that they assume that the newer generation, that it's the same for the newer generations, and they think that they should have the same work ethic, but the thing is it takes a lot more work to work now than it used to. And you make money with less buying power. You like your job? Then why are you tired? If the job's draining you, then are you really sure you like the job, or you just like the money? I'm not saying quit, but a lot of the stuff kind of goes around in that circle of, like, a lot of that stuff goes around in the circle, and a lot of the times it's mostly mental that's kind of like fucking you up. 1, 2, 3, 4. 12 hours, 6 days a week, yeah. It is better to be mentally and have the mental and physical energy than it is to overwork and have a lot of money. Yeah, that'll do it. One, 2, 3, 4. There's always a solution, though, so you could probably, like... You could probably find a means to not work so hard without sacrificing the other things. But you really shouldn't be overworking yourself. 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, there's ways. There's ways to, like, there's ways to work through it. Sometimes it's mental, sometimes it's, like, a small thing, sometimes it's a big thing. But there's always ways to kind of work through those kinds of things. Problem with me in specific and why, like, job stuff is difficult is just because I have fibromyalgia. So, like, I have a problem by default that makes overworking very, very tough for me to do. Damn, I almost saved time, but I didn't save any time.
You monster! Let my brother go!
My crystals!
So for me, I have the mental capacity to overwork because I'm a person who does overwork myself.
Ruined!
When I want to do something, I go way over the top. I work way too hard. I put in way too much energy, and I usually drain myself. But I work very hard. The problem is my body can't keep up.
Modifications here and there. Quickly!
I mean, look at my speedrunning
Set a course for
stuff.
Madame Amberley's Academy of Evil. Come along.
Do your dailies, go to sleep. Yeah, take it easy. Okay. Okay. Not the ZZZ, would you fuck a rat? First, this is the fastest pace. Let's go, dude. Dead ass. He said dead ass. Never tried giving an online language class? I'm not certified for that. Oh, come on. Oh, you tease. No, man. It pushed me too far forward. Thanks for the good luck. Unfortunately, the good luck did not come. And that was the fastest run I'd ever done. I scream, you scream, we all scream at the house fire at the family reunion. I mean, Ellen Joe is pretty top tier, I'm not gonna lie. You think you jinxed it? No, you said good luck after I failed. YouTube has more delay than Twitch. Why you know their names? I don't need to know. Because I already know. Whoa. And knowing is half the battle. Whoa. I'm just glad that I had some money to get some nice, get myself a nice, breakfast. Aware. Hijo de la gran puta. But yeah, so, by the way, I'm not streaming tomorrow. Most likely. I'll say something on Discord if it changes. But I'm not gonna stream tomorrow. Tomorrow is occupied, and Saturday or Sunday I might be teaching Flowers Twinsanity. I mean, since you run Ratchet, I wouldn't mind teaching you 100 any percent, because I'm pretty sure a lot of Ratchet tricks, maybe they don't reach the level of any percent, but they might get close. So I wouldn't mind teaching you those. Teaching you Hundo. Or I mean any percent. Or Hundo. Doesn't really matter. Or all levels. I'll teach you some beginner tricks. You have to see how well you do before you choose. Then all levels would probably be better. Just to start out. Because all levels will be the basic, like, you just run through the game. You don't need to care that much, you just run through. Hundo would be actually learning where all of the gems are, which, to be honest, isn't that bad. Most of the routes for Hundo are... You guys love more ketchup or mayo? I don't really like either of them that much. What the difficulty of the tricks are? The majority of the tricks are at least 5 out of 10. Basically, most of the tricks, even at the beginner level, are like 4 out of 10 to 5 out of 10. There are other tricks that also depend on how fast you do them. Like, Nut Skip is extremely easy if you go slow. Nut Skip is like 2 out of 10. But the faster you go, the way I do it, Nut Skip is like a 7 to 8 out of 10, I think. If you're trying to do it without having any issues, it's pretty bad. Tikimon Skip is like, I think a 4 or 5. And generally my benchmark for anything that goes between like extremely easy and tough is Uka Skip. Uka Skip is kind of like the rite of passage for Twinsanity. If you could do Uka Skip, you could do at least the basic stuff. Yeah, look up like a 130 or a 140 100% run, or like a 130 140 all levels run, and look at some of the tricks. There is also a doc that I highlighted a lot of the tricks for Hundo, but I didn't finish it. I think it goes up to hub 3, and I stopped in hub 3. And it shows beginner strats and whatnot, and I labeled a lot of the difficulty. It's in the resources for Crash Twinsanity in the Crash Discord. You know the route I'm doing? Oh no, it's it shows the different routes, I think. I mean, of course, it's also the thing of, like, I make a lot of this stuff look easy, and none of it is easy. I would... But if you want to know, like, say, seeing me do Uka Skip, the way I do Uka Skip is like a 6 out of 10, I would give. Ride and Slide is like a 7 out of 10. A lot of, like, the minor gem skips are between 3 and 5 out of 10. Mountain Skip is like a 9. Cortex Antagony in general is a 10 out of 10, or I would actually put 11 out of 10. There's... the 11 out of 10s I would say are Fountain Skip, Cortex Antagony, Cortex's Warp Skip, and Old Gear OOB. Which, luckily, nobody has ever implemented Old Gear OOB, because when we found the 2 modern versions, which are Pipe OOB and Gear OOB, they were much easier to do. Like, 6 out of 10, I would say. Gear OOB is like a 7. Pipe OOB is between 5 and 6, depending. Mother Skip, I would say, is probably like a 4 out of 10. It's just that it's difficult to do because physics. No, Smartkin didn't go for Old Gear OB, I think. Nobody went for the old one. You might be thinking of Gear OB, but the old one was body slamming on invisible gears and hoping you got the body slam clip. A gear OOB is long jumping off of Cortex's head and then using the invisible gears to jump out of bounds. And sometimes you need to do the body slam, but you don't always need to. Pipe OOB is easier, and it's generally faster. Try to see if you like it. I think you'll like a lot of the stuff, to be honest. I would say like the majority of tricks are probably very close to Ratchet. Hello, Phoebe. But yeah, the old body slamming onto the gears and hoping that you get clipped. Nobody went for that, and there was a reason for it. I don't know how many people have even gotten that, to be honest. Yo, Abdul, thanks for the good luck. I may have gotten it once before with save states. Nice Virgil photo, yep. Virgil arc is real. Thank you for that. Now you shall get death in return. When did you learn how to count? We're even. Okay. I should have died. I did die. This is power. Show me your motivation. Not nasally enough, but whatever. You're learning Tikimon at the safe. Is the safe tree version worth it? What do you mean? Do you mean actually skipping Tikimon? Or do you mean skipping Totem? Because the safe tree version is a little easier because you can see what you're doing. That doesn't mean that... Like, I would say the safe tree version is like a 3 out of 10, and Tikimon skips 4 out of 10. So, if you're okay with working a little bit more with the standard Tikimon skip, I would suggest doing it. Don't do it the way I do it, because the way that I do it is hard. The way you should be doing it is basically you land on the ice spot, and you need to make sure that you are not going forward, you're going diagonal. When you land on ice physics, you need to be going in the direction you want to go before you land. Because once you land, the direction your momentum is going will dictate where you go, and you can't turn. So the best way to deal with Tikimon skip if you're doing it the normal way, is you need to pick your angle of momentum before you land on the rock itself. The problem is you can't see exactly where that little ledge is. You have to have a visual cue for it. And you need to aim upright instead of, like, just across. So you need to also make sure you can clear the invisible wall before you land. The way I do it, at least in these categories, is more in line with my faster version, and it's not easy. It's not easy to pull off because you need the speed for it. So if you can deal with controlling your momentum before you land on the rock, I would say just go for that. If you can't get that, do the easier version, because it's not worth resetting over something you can't do. Like, a lot of people think, I'll just do all the hard stuff. It's like, no. If you're learning a game, you need to be able to not reset. Because if you're doing nothing but resetting, you will never get good at running the game. You will get good at one part of the game only, and then by the time that you're actually on a run, you won't be able to handle the nerves. Always, when you're actually doing runs, make sure that you're doing something that you know you won't reset to, unless it's like a one-off trick. But then again, it's like, at the same time, if you're learning a game, you shouldn't really be doing one-off tricks. That will cause you to reset. Just keep running the game. Do strats that will allow you to not reset, and then work on the harder strats in practice. And then just keep gradually implementing the harder stuff. I use my baseline, at least for Crash Twinsanity, is how it compares between Cortex Antagony and Uka Skip. Because Uka Skip is like Uka Skip is like a good benchmark because it's like directly in the middle. And then I just kind of base it off of that. And if the trick is like ridiculously like stupid easy, I'll probably I probably won't even give it a proper rating. Anything that's like easier than Uka Skip kind of doesn't get the proper thing. What does Cortex Antagony stand for? Cortex Antagony stands for bringing Cortex into Antagony and using him to speed up Antagony. Cortex Antagony is literally bringing Cortex into Antagony, and it is an entire, it's an entire segment of tricks. Hardest trick you know is frame perfect. I don't really use frame perfection. I know there's like a, so my benchmark, like say, I'll explain Cortex Antagony. The problem is that for the course of like 4 or 5 minutes, or no, it's for 4 minutes, you have like 60 different areas where things can go wrong. And most things, if things go wrong, you lose a lot of time. And they have a very high chance of going wrong. So the benchmark with that is, early game is kind of like that, yeah. when a lot of things can go wrong, then it's probably really hard. Especially if there's a lot of small things. Now, the other thing, though, is that Cortex Antagony is, it is a compilation of several tricks. Many of them are between 8 and 10 in terms of difficulty. Which forces us to do Cortex AA? Which skip forces? You're not really forced to do Cortex AA. You can do Antagony without Cortex. The only thing is if you do it without Cortex, the game crashes. And also, it's just faster. Essentially, in this category, since I don't do Cortex AA, since I don't have Cortex, the game is, the game has a very high chance of crashing. But I mostly rate things on how easily things can go wrong, especially if you're being imprecise. I did not get the long jump there, so I'm gonna lose like half a second. And that was a sub 121, okay. Cool. If you're doing warp skip, you have two choices. If you do warp skip, you have two choices. You either do Cortex AA or you don't. You could do a combination. There is a mixture between Cortex AA and bringing Cortex into AA. If you're bringing Cortex into AA to prevent the crash, all you need to do is die every single chunk. It doesn't lose that much time, because it's only like 4 deaths. It's only 4 deaths. So, oh. It makes, Antagony a lot easier, but that's only for any percent and any percent no dimension skip. And I would not do Cortex AA in this category because I don't think it should be allowed. 1, 2, 3, 4. In any percent, you are forced. You're mostly forced to do Cortex AA. Mostly. Or not. But if you decide to do, Bandicoot Pursuit and Rock Slide, you don't have to do Warp Skip, and then you could do Antagony with dying. In all levels in 100%, you could just, you don't need to bring Cortex, so you can die. 2, 3, 4, 5. Probably gonna stick to this beginner-friendly route from my video. Is that the old any percent beginner-friendly one that I made? Thought that was unlisted. Yeah, I don't remember. That might, I mean, it might be it. I don't remember. One, 2, 3, 4. Intermediate route? Yeah. I don't think it would be that bad for you, no. To go a little beyond beginner. Most people that play difficult games can probably adjust to some of the bullshit of Twins, but Twins is still a very hard game. Almost got an insta-fall there. No! Come on, man. It was... You've seen, but playing is different. Yes. A lot of the problems with Twins is literally just, it's just adjusting to the mechanics. The movement is very easy. Have you played it? Have you tried the movement? If you have, then sure. If you haven't, okay. Then, you should be able to at least reach intermediate pretty quick. I think I'll go until attempt number 2300, and then I'll stop. Maybe I'll go, or I'll stop a little bit before that, but... Died every chunk, but what happens if you play AA without Cortex? You can't die. Because the game crashes. The game will crash unless you're on 360. Now, there is a thing that happens on emulator where the game doesn't crash, but you lose all of your collision anyways, so it doesn't matter. You are supposed to check a setting that says crash on... I don't remember what the crash is called, but... Yeah, you're cooked anyways. 360 doesn't crash if you die and you don't hit a loading screen and Cortex doesn't exist. It's not something I even really realized until, I think, last year. And there is an interesting difference. You can clip through walls if you are Crash plus Cortex. And... Oh, you're playing on 360? Just make sure you're playing in 50 Hz, you'll be fine. But if you are Crash plus Cortex and you die and you don't get a loading screen, you will still be Crash plus Cortex, but Cortex is gone, and you will be able to clip through walls, but you can't throw Cortex. So you're kind of stuck with the lower jump. I haven't really thought of a place where it would be useful because, I mean, there is a place where it could be useful technically, but it wouldn't really work in the way that I'm thinking of. You could skip the frog room, but the problem is one, you can't die as Nina, because Nina takes place Crash. So, and when you spawn as Crash plus Cortex as Nina, the game actually does crash. It might not on 360, but it probably does. However, if you go through any loading zones, the game will crash. Your saves still break. If you, like, say, you're Crash plus Cortex and you touch the totem world checkpoint and you save, the save is still broken. But at the same time, there's basically no uses for this because I can't think of a reason or like a place where clipping through the wall might actually give you an advantage. The 60 Hz being due to being optimal for rack. Yeah, you'll have to set it to 50. Unless you meant to type 50. At the very least, my movement is getting pretty good. I mean, I'm getting like, I'm getting mid to 122 boats, which is pretty nice. saying as a general thing? Ah. Damn it. Well, you know how to set... Yeah. On 360, you can't play in 1080, though, I think. You might be able to do 1080p 50, but I don't think you can. 1080i 50, I know you can do, but I don't think you could do 1080p 50. I'm trying to think here. What, You were doing 1080p 60 hertz? Yeah, don't do that for twins. Do, 720p 50. This fucking bug needs to stop flying around my head. Yeah, trust me. You will want to play in 50. Trust me. Okay. I am gonna show you guys. I'm gonna show you guys what 60 hertz Twinsanity looks like. I never do this. I've done it once before, but I will show you guys what 60 hertz in Twinsanity looks like. Did I find belly skip? Define find. Figure out how to do it. I developed a lot of the things we use, but I didn't directly find it. I forget who was the guy that actually like found it. So for those of you who kept telling me that 60 hertz does not make a difference, can you not? For people who were telling me that 60 hertz does not make a difference, that is, like, if you look at that, and some of those can be prevented if you let go of the stick, but the problem is how would you, and why would you do that when you can choose to play in 50 hertz and basically all of your slides will just make sense? And if you make a mistake, you could just correct it. But yeah, I mostly figured out how to do, wait. Okay, that is, the European version. So, so, yeah, a lot of the out-of-bounds movement I found, most of the classic movement was based off of stuff I worked on. Along with one visual cue and I think a couple of other things, but I can't remember in specific. Frog has a video covering it. I haven't seen the whole thing, but he's mostly correct. I think he got like one or two things wrong. The problem is that the guy that I was working with is no longer in the Discord, so and may have been banned. So I have no idea what the guy's name was or what they wrote, and some of the stuff may just be gone, lost to time. My plans after the 24-2X tied to frame rate. Yes, there are quite a few things tied to frame rate. Physics are unfortunately frame rate based, but you don't exactly go faster in higher frame rates. I think base movement speed has been adjusted on lower frame rates, which is why, at least why I think super slides work on PS2. But certain things don't exactly work properly. Like, you do fall faster in 60 hertz. You can't do the splash teleport that we do in any percent on 60 hertz. It's not possible. I may... Ah, damn it. Higher FPS does break certain things, but not everything. But higher FPS does allow for higher body slams. Slightly higher jumps, too. So there are certain skips that are easier on 60 FPS, but a lot of the movement is harder. Like, it's not a problem at the beginning, really, for playing on 60, but I always recommend that you shouldn't play on 60 FPS and you should always learn on 50, because the thing is you will learn how to adjust your movement a lot better on 50, just because, like, you can trust that basically every slide jump that you're going to make, if you mess up, you can fix it. But on 60 hertz, you cannot trust that you fix it. You have to have your angle chosen before you slide, which is really tough. But in 50, if you choose a bad slide, you can turn during the slide, and there are no adverse effects. And it also depends on where you do those slide jumps, because in certain instances, the slides are better, and in certain instances, they're worse. Generally, the slide glitch is triggered by lag or surfaces that aren't flat. If there's anything that's not really flat, your slide will change, and if you're not going straight. Those are two things that will massively affect slide glitch. I did a fair amount of research on trying to add slide glitch to movement in 60, and the results were basically, this cannot be added to movement. It's too inconsistent. Every place, like 90% of the places where slide glitch happens on 60 hertz are detrimental to your movement. Whereas in 50 hertz, and yes, slide glitch happens in 50 hertz, but to a significantly less degree. Slide glitch generally either makes no change to your movement, or it slightly helps it. really made you realize how much FPS can mess with stuff. Yes, but there's another thing. And this is actually the thing that matters the most, though it doesn't matter as much for retro games. It matters way more for modern gaming, and it's something that, at least in the Halo community, we call tick rate. Tick rate is the rate at which the game updates. In Mario 64, they call them frame steps, if I remember correctly. Mario 64's tick rate is 120 hertz. Every 1/4 of a frame, which 1 frame is 30 FPS, the game updates the physics. And the way that it calculates collision and everything is for every step, if Mario's hitbox collides with a wall on any given step in between frames, which is 1/4 of a frame, which 1 frame is 1/30th of a second, Mario will not go through the wall and he gets pushed back. Which is why, like, extremely large speeds, they talk about these things in parallel universes, because the way that the game works is that Mario has to basically not touch, he needs to make sure that he is in a valid position for every step between frames. Which is why they call them QPUs, because it's like four parallel universes aligning. In other games, like Halo the Master Chief Collection, for example, tick rate is usually lower than the FPS or the same. So, for example, usually when you're playing Halo, when you play Halo 1 on Master Chief Collection, it's 30 tick rate, and you're usually playing it in 60 FPS. So the animations are moving 60 FPS, but the game is only updating 30 times a second. Halo 2 and Halo 3 update 60 times a second on Master Chief Collection, which is double the original tick rate, because the original tick rate of the 360 and OG Xbox were 30. So it also messes with physics. So certain things like, say, something called deployable cover launches, which is something you can, like, clip inside of. You can deploy it yourself. You could clip inside of it. They are more powerful because of the fact that it has double the frame rate. But also at the same time, Halo 2, for example, because it's double the frame rate, there are certain issues with hitbox desyncing that can no longer happen. What we call is ghosting. And basically the TLDR behind that is that Master Chief is 2 hitboxes in 1. And you can desync them by constantly hitting objects. And basically, like, if there's a desync, the bottom half of Master Chief can go through a wall, and the top half is not through the wall. Then, if the bottom half is fully through the wall, the top half actually readjusts to snap to the bottom half. This is called ghosting. This does not happen in 60 hertz. This doesn't happen in 60 tick rate. It's not possible. However, if Master Chief is clipped inside of an object and it's trying to launch him out, those launches are more powerful, which actually causes a thing in the run where you can be invincible for the majority of a level that you cannot do on the classic Xbox. There's a lot of interesting things that happen as a result of how often games update. And a lot of people only think it's frames, and it is not frames. It is literally how often the games do their calculations. And a lot of times those calculations happen between frames rather than frames themselves. It's also a reason why when we get PC ports from recompilations and stuff, they say that sometimes physics break, because a lot of the times those games were not meant to run in those frame rates. But, like, say you take Sonic Unleashed and you play it on the Xbox Series at, like, 120 or whatever, those don't matter, because it's only a visual change. It's not, like, an actual physics update. I have a lot of random knowledge on video game physics. Good night, take it easy. Like, when I say that I love glitches and I'm also, like, a mechanics expert, when it comes to glitches, I'm not lying. I almost died. Hang on, I'll read that in a second. I'm doing mountain skip. I should have died there. Learning about this stuff will indefinitely slide in enemies that affect terrain can soft lock you in the lower frame rates. That's weird. There's a thing, there's a slide mechanic you can do in the Insane Trilogy that is easier on lower FPS, if I remember no, higher FPS. It's easier on higher FPS. Oh, I took that risk. I'll extend this to 2325. You would be... That was a noble boar of a mistake instead of a humble bumblebee, true sloth. Maybe you should beat the prophet's meat like a drum. By the time Zoo falls, he will beg for mercy. I'm still thinking about that fucking... I'm still thinking about beating the prophet's meat like a drum. I'm still fucking thinking about that. Dude, it's been like an entire week and I'm still fucking thinking about it. Are you gonna start trying to not over-practice Sloth? And see how that works? Or are you still gonna over-practice? That's what I thought. You'll get him this time. We don't allow Zoo. We don't allow Zoo. Yeah, we just don't allow Zoo. He's not allowed, he's cursed. Damn it. I will beat the prophet's feet like a drum. Damn it. Fuck me. What did I even do to lose the last run? I don't even remember at this point. Oh, right. Okay. I'm gonna start trying to, like, do slide jumps and long jumps off of the first platform instead of the second platform to see if that's more consistent with the rats. Damn. I almost saved that. Also, reminder subathon soon, though I won't finish all of the details until, I won't finish all of the details until after No Dimension Skip. Once I get the 24-2, that's when I'll start, like, finalizing everything. I have a lot of the ideas, especially the feedback. There will be a Sonic Day. Maybe there will be a Rayman Day. Nah, I don't play enough Rayman. Sonic, I could. I mean, I can run most of the stories for Sonic Adventure 1 and also Sonic Heroes. I could technically do the Sonic Adventure 2, but I'm not as good at it. Insane Trilogy doesn't let you adjust frame rate? Probably. There's differences between console and PC because PC 60. I would like to see a PC port of the original Crash trilogy. Like an actual PC port, not like the garbage remakes of the Insane trilogy, because like I really don't like the Insane trilogy. Reignited Trilogy I don't have that many issues with, though I still don't feel like they captured the originals well enough. A lot of the charm of the originals were lost to graphic design. Because, like, there was a lot of personality in the original Crash and Spyro games. Spyro 1 is one of the most beautiful fucking games that has ever existed. Like, even when you look at it now, it's like, yes, the graphics look like crap. But when you look at the graphical design, the color choices, everything is just perfect. It's a beautiful fucking game. And Reignited does not capture the Reignited doesn't capture that. There's graphic design philosophies are massively different in the modern day, and I hate it. One of my issues with it, with modern graphic design, is, like, too much realism, too much creativity. And what I mean by that is that when you look at something in an old video game, you know what it is. You don't need to take a second to guess what the fuck it is. Most likely, if it's an enemy, you will know right away, and if it's an ally, you'll know right away. A lot of this is color choice. Like in Spyro 1, you look at the fucking water, and it's like, well, you know that you should probably be able to swim, but you can't really see the water. You look at it, it's like, well, it probably isn't good for you. And then it's like you accidentally fall in, and then it's like, well, now I know, for sure. You look at an enemy, it's like, well, they kinda look like they probably shouldn't be friendly. And a lot of those ideas have been lost because you don't have... I'm pretty sure it's because you have so many graphic choices. The choices... Like, back in the day, you had to be very deliberate about the graphical design and the choices because you had limited palettes and limited space. So you had to be extremely deliberate as to what colors should and should not be selected. But the problem is that also adds charm. There is one set of graphics that I'm thinking of in particular that does this horribly and, like, is basically impossible to see. And it is Halo 1, Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary's anniversary graphics. You can't fucking see what is and isn't a thing. There's no highlighting. The only way that you can really know what the fuck something is if your brain already recognizes it. By the time the thing is shooting at you, unless you already recognize it's going to shoot at you, you don't know if it's going to shoot you. These things happen in less than half a fucking second. Mind you, I'm not the best at processing visual information. But the thing is even then, like in older games, I knew right away what I was supposed to do when I was playing it, even at a young age. But if I were to be like an 8-year-old first playing Halo, and then I play with the anniversary graphics, I wouldn't know what the fuck was going on until I was already dead. I can't really enjoy a game where the graphics are so much of a concern that you can't discern whether something is good or bad. Buenas, Gab. ¿Cómo andas? Un saludo desde el trabajo. Suerte. Y gracias por pasarte. But yeah, that's my little rant for today about graphics. I think it's because everybody was just so, they, like, pushed the importance of graphics so much that graphical design just kind of, like, became something that's like, well, now everything looks good. And because everything looks good, nothing looks good. I'm not gonna lie. Silksong and Hollow Knight are some of the most beautiful modern games. Those games are fucking beautiful. They're phenomenal. Ori and the Blind Forest, beautiful game. And they don't really have amazing graphical fidelity either. They just look nice. I don't know. I'm an old man. Old. I mean, I'm not really that old. I'm only 31. Shoutouts to the dude that thought I was still in high school. I didn't think I sounded that young. Do I sound young? Según mi voz, parezco joven. No sé. I don't know. About Twok. Twok is really good graphics. And its OST is just fucking phenomenal. I wish we had more. I was listening to the Twok OST this morning while I was getting my Taco Bell. Where was bro going? Where was he going? Also, don't get me wrong, I do like the graphic design in this game too. I do think Twok's is better. Okay, I should have died there. It's an epic game. Yeah. You like the look of Twok? Yeah, same. Some people don't like the way that Twok looks on Xbox. I like the way it looks on Xbox. GameCube, eh. Damn, I lost a second somehow. Wasn't really paying much attention. Must have been the... Brando's cool, yeah. I came up with a cool strat for that too. Fuck. But yeah, how young do I sound? Just out of curiosity. Or how young do people think I sound? Because I'm interested. I'm interested because somebody thought I was in fucking high school earlier. Like, I know I have a higher pitched voice than most guys. I don't have that much. Favorite Twok level? Late 20s? It's close. Not sure. Never really thought about my favorite Twok level before. Yes, I'm from 95. What about it? My favorite Twok level. I don't know. Yeah, it would have been better to ask before you knew my age. Because people say I look young and I sound young. Though the way that I talk, time to spend the points on a big good luck, imagine. Yo, thanks for the stonks. One of these days I'll find something that, that would, make those points worth. There was lag there, that was weird. I hope someday it gets remade. It probably won't, unfortunately. Might get a PC port. A fan made one. Someday. Okay, let's see if that, slide jump actually saved any time. I don't know if it saved time. Like 0.3. Or the long jump. Love how extremely broken this game is. Extremely entertaining. Appreciate it. It is pretty fun to watch. Game's difficult, though. Lost a little bit of time there. Okay, I can't... Oh, fuck off. I have to do a long jump here. Little behind the cycle, but it's okay. Pretty behind the cycle, yeah. It's fine, though. Where's that rat at? Da da da. Unfortunately, this isn't super fast, but I fucking suck, damn it. I tried to go too fast. I don't know if holding up is actually the best decision because I think it causes more lag. Or like looking up might cause more lag. I'm gonna extend this, I think, to 2350. It's either that or I think the next time I get out of Hub 2, I'll end the stream, I think. I am starting to get a little tired. It's been 4 hours. This is my favorite speed game to watch and to run. I do enjoy running this game. I am a little biased though because like I'm very good at the game. And I know it's very fun to watch. For, like, no reason, actually. Even people that have never seen the game before think that this game, the runs, just something about the game. There's, like, a charm to it. Fastest run of the day? Oh, it gave me an insta-fall. They still only make it to Hub 2 25% of the time. Which is kind of odd. Yo, ASCII. It's odd because, like, I've had strings where I don't even get out of Hub 1 after, like, 20 resets. But I guess, like, it does balance out eventually. Because I haven't gotten to 2400 resets, but I have reached Hub 2 600 times. $2,400 resets light work. Yeah, I've had 17,000 in any percent. I don't reset very often. Usually the last few attempts get intense and very close to PB. Yeah. You're surprised you don't have more? Yeah. Like, usually, like, so how I work the most, this is kind of like just, like, a general thing for me, is I push harder towards the last spurt than I do, at the beginning. Oh, I do not like resetting either. So, like, usually, when it comes to me, you just woke up, realized you missed your paid lunch, F. Usually, when it comes to me, like, I am extremely relaxed in the beginning game. And then, like, towards the end, I tend to be extremely, like, focused. So usually when it gets down to the last couple of attempts, I start putting more effort into playing. Because the thing is like, I don't want to care about the beginning. Because the thing is you're going to play the beginning no matter what. The end game is where it matters the most because, like, because speedrunning is extremely mental. Like, if you have a really good early start, it's kind of demoralizing to go up against it. Because you don't want to be red. It doesn't matter what kind of speedrunner you are. When you see red, you feel bad. it doesn't matter. It still affects you. It does not matter how resistant you are to it. If you see red, you will, it will bother you to some degree. It's better to have a weaker early game than a weaker late game. Because if you have a weaker early game, you reset more. And I mean, that is also the thing with me, is that, like, my early game in my PB is, like, it's pretty good. First split's really good. Second split is okay. Third split is whatever. I usually save time on it, unless I get RNG'd. And then the second half is where everything went to shit. But that's because the second half is really hard. And I saved a lot of time for no reason in Antagony. Tsunami and H2O, pretty good. I don't know what my favorite song is for Twalk. I like almost all of the songs. I do like the Twalk OST more than Twinsanity, though. Little Caesars? Bro. That's fucked. Bro, enjoy the food. But that's the thing, is that, like, comparing Twalk to Twins. Here's the thing about Twalk versus Twins. Twins has a very good OST that matches the game. I don't see myself listening to the Twinsanity OST outside of playing the game. I do on rare occasions, but it's like, they don't make for good listening to songs. Twalk does. Twalk, like, most of the songs are really good. Just to listen to. I love listening to Twalk while I'm driving. Ooh, I adjusted that really well. You don't know how you're tired, it's 9. It can happen. I've been tired all day for some reason. Well, I wouldn't say it's for some reason. I have been very emotionally and physically drained from what's been transpiring. We basically haven't had much food because my mom had eye surgery, and my dad didn't go buy groceries, and my parents don't trust me with the food, so I've basically been, nutritionally starved for the past, like, 7 days. Tuesday, I had no food. is one of the things that happened. The only thing I had on Tuesday was a cupcake. On Wednesday, I asked my mom, hey, can I have a little bit of money to get me some food? And, like, I scrounged up some cash I had. And, in the not in the morning, but I had, like, I had some Taco Bell. Because, like, I got a Lux box, and I also thought, like, hey, you know, my mom's birthday was the day before. And I didn't get her anything. So I'll just get some food. I get a Lux box from Taco Bell. It has cinnamon twists. I get to eat, and then boom. don't trust. They don't. Buddy. I don't think you should be asking a question like that. So, I didn't have anything. Then I had some stuff on Wednesday, and then I think my mom bought a couple of things on Wednesday, which was yesterday, but at the same time, yeah, my parents bought a couple of things on Wednesday, which was yesterday, and then I got the $20 from doing tech support. So I'm like, you know what? I haven't really had much to like properly eat. So I decided to have like a full meal today, which was something breakfast, because I hadn't had breakfast in a while. So I was like, hey, you know, I eat. My mom's mostly recovered now. It's just she's retiring soon. And once she retires, a lot of these issues will not, a lot of this stuff won't go away. But that was one of the things, and why I said I wasn't going to stream yesterday, was part of it was that. There's some other stuff that happened in the background that I don't want to talk about. Eat real food, imagine. Honestly, I'm gonna be real with you, Chief. It costs more to go actually buy groceries for me because of gas than it does for me to just go to the fast food places that are like 5 minutes away. I'ma be real with you. The gas prices are so damn bad that it costs me more to buy myself real food. But yeah, the plan is today and tomorrow I'm treating myself. And then the rest of the days are just going to be back to normal. But the past week's been really rough. Eat Wampa before the profit, imagine. Meat alone does not make a good diet. You are correct. Imagine eating a proper diet. I think the only time I ever had a proper diet was when I was in Japan. Or the time I was staying with my best friend. I think those were the only times I ever had an actual proper diet. The day I can move out is the day I will actually eat properly. Why did the camera do that? That was weird. Capture card's recording at like half FPS, so probably nobody caught what the camera did. That may have been on and off frame. Listen, I may have good advice. That does not mean that I set a good example. That was also somehow insanely fast. I wasn't even paying attention. Of course it's on this attempt that I fucking do that. Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be to 2350. Attempt 2350. Or it's gonna be between 2350 and if I do hub 3. Used to eat like shit until you learned how to cook. Made you save money and ensure that you eat well, yeah. Back to back. I mean, ooh. Wait, what the fuck? Okay. What the fuck? Ah! That was ridiculously fast. I almost had a 56 body slam start. What the fuck? That was crazy how fast that was. What the hell? I want to check to see if extremely late slides actually do something. Damn you. Fuck off. Because there were times where, like, for some reason I was going way faster than I was supposed to. Can't check if you do this. Also, my headset just disconnected for some reason. Yeah, I'm thinking that probably the 2420 is gonna be like... I'm thinking that the 2420 is gonna take like maybe another 1,000 resets or something. What the fuck, man? Or I could get it in the next 100 resets, I don't know. Or it's entirely possible that, Gio, what? Gracias por la suerte superior. Thanks for the good luck. Buh. Buff lip explode. Bow moment. Dude. Oh, come on, man! I'm making a lot of good choices for adjusting to the nut, and it just is not working. Best viewers, imagine. Let him buh. Let it buh. Let him nut. You know what? That should be an emote. Let him nut. Thank you. Dude. So, I also have a question for people that are watching. Outside of Flowers, because this is... I already know what Flowers' opinion is going to be about this. Do you guys prefer the later streams where I start, like, around this time? Or do you prefer the earlier streams where I start around, like, say, when I started today? The reason why I know what Flowers' opinion is because, like... because he's in Europe. He's in Europe and he has a decent sleep schedule. Stream 24/7 and never eat or sleep and just... True, you like early? You sleep at like 11. Yeah, you sleep at a normal people time. And just get the time you want. True sloth. Was this the method in Halo? I mean, yeah. I didn't know Flowers knew Sloth. A lot of people, I'm surprised, early. I mean, for the subathon, it will start early, but... I mean, that's gonna go on for like 16-ish hours, so like... Yo, sir. Who is Sloth? Is he a new Halo speedrunner? Yes, he is. Please be very gentle. He's trying to go for world record. Nice to see the community grow. Compared to me, Sloth is a relatively new Halo speedrunner. Cool. Fuck you. Buena salvada, tío. Imagine. That's your favorite rat in the whole game? Die. Would you fuck a rat? That is everything that I need to know about what you do or don't play. The question is very simple. Answer the question. Yo, Murmuler. Just answer the question. Is this just faster? No? Okay. So, he would not go for Jane Doe and ZZZ. Understandable. Okay, that is definitely slower. Or is it? Okay, I lost like a second. Okay. We know now. We now know that the TNT definitely does, we now know that the TNT definitely does take longer to activate.
Fresh meat for my pot.
Very good. There we go. See, that's how you do movement. Good luck. Thanks for the good luck. There we go. Ooh. Damn! That was fast! What the fuck? Honestly, if this is the run that gets the 24-2x, I don't care.
Tell us where the treasure is.
This isn't even that bad of a run, really. I mean, it's not in the top 25 percentile, but the thing is like, I'm, like, what? I'm only 4 seconds off of my best egg, so. Batosis. One, 2, 3, 4. Look at Crash Aura farming. So, is it literally just that Twinsanity has aura. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that why, like, people who've never seen this game before still love watching the fucking speedrunning? Is it just because the game has aura or something? Like, basically, you are an aura farmer if you run the game. Aga BB. Also, just a friendly reminder that the Virgil arc has begun. 1, 2, 3, 4. Crash aura farming was not on your bingo card. Unfortunate. Yeah, so Virgil, that's me. That's me running the game. Thank you for that. Now I shall give you death in return. Okay. I lost a lot of time there. 2 seconds. Because I'm supposed to get there, before 4:48. I'm supposed to hit that hit that cutscene before 4:48, and I hit it at 4:50. So I'm guaranteed to lose another 2 seconds.
Thanks to Perky here.
And what I'm hoping for
Only one person can
is
help.
that,
Nina Fox.
what I'm hoping for, we need Bubby.
Obviously, I've made
Is there Bubby?
distinctions here and there.
Quickly, to my private dirigible. Set the course for Madame Amberley's Academy of Evil.
You don't think so? Damn, we need to make one.
Come along.
Baguette. Okay, I'm only losing 2 seconds. That's not that big of a deal, to be honest. Go away, fly. Okay, I didn't lose that much time because of cycles. Okay. No spinning, please. Okay. Come on. Come on. I don't care, just get in there. There we go. There is no fucking way you didn't work that time. I'm not taking that. I said I was gonna stop. I'm not fucking taking that, dude. I'm not taking that sitting down. I'm annoyed because, like, that should not have happened. Because, like, because that was, like, so, what's going on with the pause buffering as I'm essentially frame advancing the stuff? Why do you go to the top right with Cortex on the ship? Because if you are past a certain point and you die, the ship segment ends. It skips the fighting. You can also do the top left, but it's not faster. Because the enemies can't really go that way. You have to go the other way. Or you have to get them up top. There's, enemy manips for that. But the manips don't always work. You have to be pretty precise about it. Of course I missed that. Yeah. Way too fast. Yeah, I did both body slams first try, which sucks. I'm doing really well with those today, but I'm not doing well with actually entering it. Yeah, the death abuse is faster because you don't have to wait and you don't have to do any of the fighting. But you do have to die. Now, if somebody could, say, for example, find a way to clip out of bounds, and you could fall out of bounds and die, I'm pretty sure you could save more time. But until that, or some weird way to kill Cortex, we would do that instead. I mean, that strat is also not very good on PS2 because it crashes. You still have to wait, unfortunately. But on Xbox, you don't need to wait. It's one of the two segments that is, like, the boat and the airship are way faster on Xbox than they are on PS2. You can completely skip the boat through pause buffering. At a specific point, but it doesn't save time. Boat more like boat. True. Sloth more like sloth. Man. GoPro. True. If you could keep learning the route, let's go, dude. Flowers, it looks like Flowers is gonna have some competition. That would be a neat little rivalry. Is Superior versus Flowers. That's gonna be pretty cool to see an actual Twinsanity rivalry. There's never been a real, like, Twinsanity rivalry that ever existed. Yo, Fred, thanks for the good luck. That's the thing that kind of sucks, is that there was never that much of a rivalry in Crash Twinsanity. I'm sure they existed, but it wasn't that much. Most of the time, either either there was... The biggest rivalry that I can actually think of was between me and Kylie with Hundo when Xbox was getting established. And the race was, to see who was gonna sub 110 first and who was gonna, like, completely beat Joe. It's just that Kylie was getting nowhere, I was getting better, and then I got a 109, I think. And then I got a 107, and then I got a 106, a high 106. I think it was 106.46. And then I went and then I learned all levels. Might run Twinsanity for now. Let's go. So the funny thing about when I was learning all levels was that I actually got the record for all levels before I was finished learning it. If that just kind of goes to show, if that just kind of goes to show how bad, how poorly optimized all levels was. Because I think all levels at the time was like a 104. Stands for GOAT, imagine. So, like, all levels was very uncooked, and I think the record at the time was, like, 104. And then I got several different times. It shows how good I am. I wouldn't say that, because back then I wasn't as good. Gilipollas, yeah. I would say, like, I was slightly better than Joe when that happened, but Sustain was the record holder at the time, and Sustain was like low intermediate at the time. And he was the only person that was actually trying all levels. So me, who was like the best at the game at the time, I decided to go for all levels, and while I was learning it, because I mean, mind you, Sustain was more of an any percent runner. I was, and still am, a 100% runner. So, like, my ability to pull things off consistently and everything was above most other people. And my movement was pretty good. So I got all levels before I was done learning it. And then I learned it, and then I cooked it a little bit. I got some kind of time, and then I went for any percent. Learned any percent, then I started cooking any percent. I got close to being able to contend for the record. Dio had the record, and then we were competing for a couple of days. I found a new warp skip after Dio took the record from me. And then it was basically over from that point, because the new warp skip made it so much easier and faster for me to get runs in that... And by the way, it's the warp skip method that I'm using in No Dimension Skip. It's the one I basically never fail. So I was basically doing any percent where my Cursed Splash, which I improved Cursed Splash, and I improved it mostly for 100%, but I improved Cursed Splash, made it better, made it more consistent, so then I was basically getting more runs into any percent up to the hard parts, and then I improved Warp Skip, which was the one skip that just never fucking worked. So I opted for a slower method that lost like 5 to 10 seconds. Then I found a method that was faster than what people were going for, and it was more consistent. So by the time that Dio could adjust to the new stuff that happened, I was already basically like ahead, because I cooked the stuff myself. And then I eventually got the sub 11, and I was like, I need to go further. And then I got sub 1050, then I got sub 10, then I was like, I got a 1042, Then I got a 1041. I got another 1041. And then I got the 1037. And then I got another 1037 months later, after I got much better at the game. And then I went to Japan. Well, no, before I went to Japan, I was working on sub 1 for all levels, which I got. I was going for the sub 104.34, I think it was, in Hundo, because that was the first recorded any percent time, and I beat that. And then, I did that around December 2023, then I got sub 1 in all levels around January, and then I went to, Japan. Came back, cooked Cortex Antagony. Then I got a 1020, then I got like a 1010, and then I got like two more PBs, and then I sub 10 in any percent. Went back to Hundo. I got eventually a 106 in standard route, 58 in all levels. And this is the current thing that's going on right now is no dimension skip. Which, by the way, it's kind of funny if you look at the history of any percent records, because, like, I've improved any percent so many fucking times in a row because of all the shit that I worked on. Like, I could probably get a better any percent time. The only thing is that, like, movement is not really what would make the run. My movement is better than what I did in any percent, but that's not going to make the run. Trick execution needs to be perfect. That's why I'm not trying to go for it. Movement doesn't matter as much for any percent. Movement matters a little bit for no dimension skip. Movement matters a lot for all levels and Hundo. Because, like, there's... The thing about no dimension skip is that a lot of it is... The nut is difficult. It can be, yes. The faster you do nut skip, the harder it is. Typical nut skip difficulty is about 3 out of 10. How I'm doing it is about a 7 out of 10, and a lot of it is... The nut is kind of random. Nut is hard, yes. That's why I reset on it so much. But yeah, so... The 24-2X is, the 24-2X is the thing that, the 24-2X is the thing that, like, that I'm going for right now, and then, I mean, to be fair, if I get a really good run, I'll get a 24-1X. I don't think that a 24-1X is going to happen, but if it does, oh shit. Like, pack your bags, because that's an incredible fucking run. But a 24-1X would require me to get, like, a really fast Antagony, a really fast AoE skip, and a very good early game, too. I mean, I don't need a fantastic early game. The thing is like, at my slowest, I'm 4 seconds off of some of best going into like, late game. Nut. Fuck off! Most of the problems happen in the fourth and last split. That's not blood, is it? Okay. I was about to say, please don't tell me I have a nosebleed. What's better, the nut or nutting? Yes. Especially if there is rat involved. Huh? Bro doesn't know. Pepe laugh. He doesn't know. My patience to do the same thing over and over again. That's just speedrunning. Okay. I am going to put this in a perspective that I'm gonna put this into a perspective that makes a lot more sense. Why would somebody play the guitar over and over again, doing the same thing over and over again? And you might say, well, the thing about guitar is that you want to get good at it. And it's like, well, yeah, speedrunning is the same. You're not playing the game. I mean, you are, but you're not playing the game with the intent of playing the game. You are playing the game to hone a craft. And you're honing a skill in order to get a result. What's the deal with the rat? It's muscle memory? Maybe. I wouldn't say it's muscle memory exactly. It's a little different. I'm not, like, you know, letting my muscles do all the work. I am, like, fairly aware of what I'm doing. Most of the time. Like, there's times where I'm not, but... If you've never done something to hone a craft or a skill, you wouldn't really know exactly how it feels, but speedrunning is like that. You're not, like, doing the same thing over and over again just for that. You're honing a skill, and you're trying to get a result. Which is very different from just playing a video game. I equate it to playing an instrument. What's the deal with the rat thing? Okay. So, So, there is a gacha character called Jane Doe. And there is a meme of somebody usually showing her very provocatively with the caption, "Would you fuck a rat?" Deliberately lobotomizing myself? I wouldn't say that. I'm working hard for something that is difficult. Yes, that was a good nut skip. But yeah, the whole thing with the rat is all because of gacha. And I also find it really funny to just ask people, now blonde skip is like 100% consistent. Buenas astronomi. ¿Cómo andas? Gracias por la suerte. It does take a lot of mental fortitude to be able to do specifically what I'm doing, because Crash Twinsanity grinds are very brutal. The game is very hard. As Far Cry 3 said, the definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. The thing about speedrunning is you're not actually doing the same thing over and over again. you are essentially putting on a performance, attempting to do the same thing you have set out to do, and adjusting for all of the deviations that happen. How many hours do I have in this game? I don't know. I never counted. Probably like at least 2,000 or 3,000. I started speedrunning this game or speedrunning in general. Those are two totally different questions with totally different answers. I started speedrunning this game in 2015. I started speedrunning in 2010. Though I was doing speedrunning like things, some things I was doing very early on. Particularly I was doing, ODST Classic, the Classic achievement. It's like, bro, that's like having a DBZ game and not playing with Goku. Lol. Good luck with the runs, Yo Ali. This game I started running in 2015. I started actually taking it more seriously in 2016. And then I stopped around, well, no, I was playing it a lot in late 2015, but I went to Halo 2. New chair photo. Yep. That's me right there. Thank you for that. Now you shall have death in return. I've done a lot of things in speedrunning for the amount of years that I have done it. Particularly, I have done a lot of setting of world records and changing metagames, particularly Sonic Adventures and Sonic Heroes and Rayman 3. I've done a lot of stuff. Though, this game also got a lot of that treatment, but to a lesser degree than the other games, because that wasn't as good. It was kind of the same thing as Halo Combat Evolved, where I did a lot of things for the metagame, but I didn't exactly, like, run it. Crash Twinsanity was one of those games. And yes, of course, believe it or not, before 2022, I was an intermediate runner. I was not actually that great at this game. I would say that I was low intermediate. I had a very good hundo time. For the time, I had a 118. And that was also on PS2. Yeah, little did anybody know, I used to run on PS2. I also used to run on Xbox 360. My first PBs were on 360. I also used to play on 60 Hz on 360 because that was my only choice. That was the only thing I had back then. Good luck. I don't remember if I said thanks for the good luck, but if I did not, thanks for the good luck. If I did, thanks for the good luck again. Wouldn't it be better if I played in 60 FPS? No. The game has a thing called slide glitch that is way more prominent in 60 FPS. So like you see how all of my slides are straight? In 60 FPS, a lot of them would go in random directions. Also, our splash teleport method does not work in 60 Hz because Crash does fall faster. He doesn't move faster, but he falls faster. And he also jumps slightly higher. I'm not really that far behind in this cycle. How did people discover that? What, the 60 versus 50 hertz? Or, I lost a second. Neat. It's fine. Because the 60 versus 50, we used to think was a, the 60 versus 50, we used to think was a version difference. Because the only game that people were running on, most people were European, that ran the game. So yeah, like they would play in 50 hertz. Most people also played on PS2. Xbox has is flexible. You can play on both, but we didn't know because most people that played on 360 played in 1080p, so they would always play in 60 hertz. So they would think that the slide glitch was only fixed on the European version, the European PS2 version. What changed was, I decided to check when I was helping out with Twinsanity, reverse engineering, because yes, I did that, despite not knowing any coding, and I decided to compile both versions onto, like, I compiled NTSC into PAL and PAL into NTSC, finding out that the slide glitch did not occur if the game was compiled into 50 hertz, and it did into NTSC. We knew the differences because, I mean, people played in both versions. But we didn't know that the frame rate was the cause until I decided to compile the stuff. And then we learned later that you could play the game in 50 hertz. Basically because nobody played on Xbox. Nobody played on Xbox, so nobody really knew. And everybody that played on Xbox, except for one guy, played on 360. And the guy that didn't play on 360, American. So he was on an American OG Xbox. So it was basically like nobody knew until I messed with the stuff, and then I said like, oh, well, we could just do this on Xbox. By that point, because we knew Xbox had better loads, we knew that eventually Xbox was just going to be the play. That was around 2017, 2018. That was the start of all of that. 2020 was the start of like the transition, because that's when I started. That's when I had an OG Xbox and I was working on transitioning to the Xbox version of Twinsanity. Kylie was also working on that in the background, and around 2022 was when things started happening. Yeah, I'm playing in 50. You don't play in 60. This game is, you don't, there are basically no people that play in 60 FPS. 1, 2, 3, 4. Those who do, don't want to run the game seriously. Okay. Yo, Carrie and McCooper, thanks for the good luck. Thanks for the raid, too. Just in time. One, two, three. That, yo, Lady Alchemist. That was not a pun, by the way. Just in time for, to see if the run lives or dies. Also, everybody got to see my raid message. Or my raid alerts, because my alerts work now. One, two, three, four. How was the twalk? The twalkening. I actually was listening to the twalk OST this morning when I was getting Taco Bell.
To the Psychotron.
Whoa, yes he did. Oh yeah. Frustrating set of attempts. Promising runs didn't last long. That's actually kind of how I'm going. Or how that's what's going on right now. I don't know. I've been doing really well with getting the start of AoE skip, but I haven't been able to load the Amberley Arena. I've had 3 runs now where I've actually gotten into AoE and got, well, 2 of them I had the first 2 body slams first try. One of them, the second body slam, was second try. So, we'll have to see. We have to see if AoE skip is going to work.
Come along.
Twalking while toggling, yes. Okay, good. Sun's kind of getting in my eyes. It's annoying me. Okay. Alright. AoE skip. Imagine having eyes. True. Is like the biggest skip. I wouldn't say it's the biggest, but it's the big bitch. Oh no. No! Come on, man. Fuck you! Ugh. El puto planchazo, tío. Come on. Can this even be a PB? Come. I don't know.
They found us.
No, I don't think so. No.
You are in detention.
Madam Amberly.
That's like 15 seconds of time loss?
All gone now. I see you found employment as a barber.
That's
I'm an evil.
the first. Okay, so the first body slam, what happened was Crash touched the fucking invisible. Crash touched the invisible fucking, Crash touched the invisible wall and it didn't give him height. Second time, I don't know what happened. That's a lot. Yes. That is massive time loss. I'm gonna be at least plus 15. I might not even PB, to be honest. I'm gonna try something. Yeah, see, I'm already losing time. Okay. Okay. I mean, if I can save like 2 or 3 seconds.
For a new dimension. but we ran out of time.
If I get a perfect AA... No, it doesn't really depend on antagony. That's bullshit. No, the run's dead. The run is very dead. I'm finishing it out, and then I'm doing more.
Victor in Moritz's stronghold of evil. This is where we wrong the rights. Passed under the rug.
No. I can't PB. It's impossible. Even with all of the potential time save that is actually in the rest of the run, including the stuff that I don't usually account for, it's not possible. Like, there's 3 seconds in the final boss, plus, plus, like, 5 seconds for ball glitch, 5 seconds for good ant RNG, and then I failed God Cycle in my PB. I just haven't done... I haven't done, AA in a while, so... Might as well go for it, right? At least get something good. So if I don't, like... Fuck it, we Burge. Yep. By the way, if this section feels slow, it's cycle gated, so... I had to delay that for a second. Fuck you! He took away my McNuggets, Dante. Yep. That's basically me, Virgil Arc. Thank you for that. Now you shall have death in return. You hope my other runs go well? Imagine. I've been in nut jail all day. How was Nutskip discovered? I don't know. You should check Bandycraft. You should check Bandycraft's, should check his run. Or his, he has a video on it, on his YouTube channel. Okay, I had something try to fly into my eye and see where the fuck the nut was. Practice for NDS, imagine. Okay, I landed on the mushrooms. That's pretty bad. This is slow. Don't land on infected mushrooms. Yes, it is slower to land on the mushrooms. Also, we will get to see eventually, if my other alerts work. Because I reset up the subscription alerts, I set up bits. Of course, I set up raid. And, I don't know if the donation link works. Not saying that anybody should give me money, by the way. I'm just saying, like, those are the ones I set up. I do not have a follower one. Dante be like seeing his brother fall. Score 1 for Dante. When did you learn how to count? We're even. To make us donate? That is not how I work. I do not have a follower notification. I don't like follows being called out. I never did, because I kind of feel like that forces people out of lurking if they hit follow. Yeah, usually I recommend people to just make the follower notification anonymous. Because usually, like, if I see that somebody's thanking me for the follow, I feel pressured to say you're welcome. I'm quite hesitant to do it if I know that. Like, the follows are always appreciated. It's just that, I'm not the type of person that likes to call it out. The people that come in, it's fine. Yeah, it doesn't. And then, of course, there's also the kinds of people that, like, follow and then never come back. It's like, hey, thank you for the follow. It's like, well, you never came back. But at the same time, having to pressure somebody into staying is like, I don't know, that just ain't me, Chief. There we go. Pretty good nut. Pretty good movement, actually. That was a 56 body slam. Okay, this is really fast. What in the fuck? Second fastest run of the day. Busting nuts, that is what I do. I bust nuts. There's a gif of, like, me when I'm busting your nuts, and that's, like, the funniest fucking gif ever. Bro said, huh? I think this is the first time where, like, I've had an insane run that... No, well, it's not the first time, but it's like... It's not the first time, but it's like, I think pretty much every other time I've had an amazing, Hub 1, I always fail Hub 2. Are so prevalent nowadays that when you actively streamed it was an issue to treat lurkers as scared. True. Yo, Axel. Yeah! Ugh! Fuck off. Oh, I'm not gonna get a, I'm not gonna get a great high seas. I'll get a good one, though. Oh, come on! What the fuck was that? I got blocked from running on the thing, and then, like, it dropped my jump input. That sucks balls. That... I mean, it is what it is. It's just like, fuck. Okay. Yeah, it is what it is, but at the same time, damn. I almost killed that fucking fly. That's been tormenting me all day. Trying to cut that corner too much. This is very slow. Dude, what a fucking timeline we live in where 123 boats are slow. I think the fly's trying to get into my eye too, which is not so fun. Capture card do I use? I use an internal Avermedia. I don't remember which one it is. Might be an Ultra. Man, we live in such a weird fucking timeline where a 123 boat is slow now. Because, like, when everything goes well, I just get 122 boats, and that's fucking ridiculous. Like, when I was grinding for any percent, I think 123 boats were still my fast. And 122s were, like, if I did everything, like, super fucking quick and well. And then, okay. Almost freaked out. Now it's like mid to low 122s are kind of just standard. Yeah, I don't bat my eye on 122s anymore. This is a pretty fast, This is a pretty fast high seas, by the way. I need to learn how to time the, how to time the TNT throw. I don't know if that made it faster. I think it did. It did.
Yummy, fresh meat for my pot.
Yep, flat split. The splat, yes. Whoa. Okay. What is this movement? What the fuck just happened? Where am I? Okay, there I am. Alright. I still got a very low 121. What is 1/6 of 25?
The rats are leaving the sinking ship.
It's a little bit less. It's a little bit more than 4%. So 4% of the runs get this far.
Let you go. Silence.
And then I very rarely, but I do reset
Brio?
after this split. The majority of the late game resets happen in AoE. Up 3. 4.16? Sounds about right. How far off am I from my best sec? Less than 2 seconds. Yeah, it's about right. One, two, three, four. I wonder if that saves time. One, two, three, four. Brio does bounce early. Three. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. It would be really interesting if he actually, leaves faster because of that. 1, 2, 3, 4. That would mean that having a second mask, well, not a second mask. You don't need a second mask to actually do that, but it. I guess we'll see if that saves time, because imagine if I just found a time saver in that boss fight, I'm laughing my ass off. Nope. Okay. I fucking found a time saver in the Brio boss fight.
My crystals!
That is hilarious.
Ruined, thanks to Perky here. Must be repaired, and only one person can help. My niece, Nina Cortex.
I am ahead
Delightful.
of my fastest. I'm ahead of my fastest time in this split by 0.5 seconds.
Set a course for
Madam Amelie's Academy of Evil.
Come along.
Okay. I've never had a 5:39 split here. These cycles are weird, dude. And I have about 5 seconds of time save here in, 2 plats in a row, yeah. That's a little slow. Okay. Come on. Stop. You're fucking kidding me! This is the fucking 4th time in a row! That is the 4th time in a fucking row that that's happened. I mean, the last time I got to AoE, I don't count that. Just because of the fact that, like, the run was dead at that point. Dude, you have got to be fucking kidding me that I just did not get, that I can't get past AoE skip. Because that run was very, very good. Despite the Hub 1, where I got the Hub 1 was slow, Hub 2 is very fast. That was the fastest Hub 2 I have ever done. For sure. And, I now know how to speed up the Brio fight. So the TLDR is that, it might actually be faster to have more masks. It might be faster to have more masks just because, you can get higher. And I think Brio jumps faster. But only on the final jump. He jumps 9 times, so now I'm gonna have to count. So now that, and then he basically chooses his final, he matches your height based on how high you were when he lands on the previous jump. So essentially, the only thing I need to do is basically like do a high jump at the end. Yo, Kaiser, thanks for the stonks. I lost like an entire second. Cool. Okay, it wasn't an entire second, but it was a hefty time loss. I lost my speed. I couldn't get that. Yeah, the thing is that, like, the game is not letting me out. Even my pacers are not doing super well. I almost never, like, have good AoEs, and today I'm having good AoEs, but I can't get to Madame Amberly. It's frustrating because of the fact that on the one day I'm doing super well with AoE skip, I can't get into Hub 4. It's really fucking annoying. Because if so here's the thing. I have a 354, I think, or 356 in my PB, and, like, I can save, like, 15 seconds off of that split, which is 5 seconds faster than my, best split time. Or 5 seconds faster than my plat split. And if I basically do that, and I just get good Ant RNG and Ant Agony, like, I get a 24 1x and we just go home. Skipping the 24 2x would be epic. I'm just gonna say, like, skipping the 24 2x and then go straight for the 24 1x. Like, we can go home. Most optimized Twinsanity run. And, like, who gives a shit at that point? Will that happen? I don't think so. This game is way too cruel to give me... This game is way too cruel to give me that. But also, with how things are going trend-wise, by the time I'm gonna actually have a PB, it is going to be on a good run. The only thing that I have to hope at that point is that I can bring it home. Because if I do Antagony and I don't die, and I get God Cycle, I get good Ant RNG, everything, we could basically go home because, like, that's a 7-10 right there. Which saves another 5 seconds off of my sum of best. I'm 10 seconds away from my sum of best, and essentially, like, way closer to fully optimized than any percent. Do I want to go for a run that fast? No. Absolutely not. The only way I can get a run that fast is if everything goes well. I still have a good 10 seconds. It's about 12 seconds off of my sum of... I can take 12 more seconds off of my sum of best. But this is like 2.5 times longer than any percent, and I'm like 10-ish seconds off of like what I would consider enough perfection to say fuck it for any percent. So like I would be a little more than 10 seconds off, possibly less than 10 seconds off sum of best in a category 2.5 times longer. This is okay. This was super fast, okay. It no longer is. And the game tried to kill me. Yep. Makes sense. Yikes. Whoa, I am really forward. Hang on. I'm not usually that far forward. Kind of like that, though. Oh, it's like 0.3 there. Something like that. Landing on that box might actually be really good for movement. This is slow as shit. Okay. Fuck off. It's fine. Just as long as that rat's not there. Okay. There we go. Ah, that's so slow. So question, by the way. Do people prefer 100% or any percent no dimension skip? That was slower than what I was trying to get. You'd say 100%? Yo, Mikala. $100%? Interesting. Yeah, this is... That was pretty bad. 100%? I figured that a lot of people would prefer 100%. Okay.
Yummy, fresh meat for my pot.
No! Nice to see the game run in general, but if you had to pick, yeah. I don't know why I was so far forward. I would probably save a little bit more time. Okay, how about this? Any percent or 100%? It's happening with the PC port? The game just died. Buenas. ¿Cómo andas? That is also something I'm interested about. Do people prefer watching any percent or 100% from me? And also, I don't mean like in, depends on which one I'm more into at the time. Any percent with dimension skip has a vibe to it, yeah. Milagro? I do like any percent a lot. At least not doing serious attempts of it. But I mean, like, you know, during the subathon. During the subathon, I will allow people to be able to see. Depends on the day, they're pretty tied. But you'll be able to see me do serious, any percent attempts. And then anybody can basically just, like, donate or something to give, to be like, hey, you should do this category instead, or any percent no resets, or hundo, or classic hundo, or all levels, or, Crash 2 hundo, or Crash 3 105. I would say 106 on TWAC, but I can't do it fast enough to where it would be a no reset. It would just take up most of the time. Bingo might be on the table for twins, too. $20 within the first hour, else he'd shut off stream. Oh, fuck that. Like, how I'm planning this out is at least for the first day, I do an entire day. Yo, Summy. What's good? We chillin'. No, the first day is going to be a full day. Regardless of whether I receive money or not, first day is going to be the full day. And if it's just a total failure, no money, it's off. I don't think that'll happen. But, the first day is gonna be a full day because I think it would be a good idea to just plan that out because I'm planning on doing the full day. It's not gonna be 24 hours, I am just not capable of doing that. Because the 24 hours would mean I need to also sleep. Yep, Kevin. First day's 16 hours. We get the feelers out. If it's really successful, then cool. Just crossing my fingers and hoping that Bash 200% doesn't get met. Because if Bash 200% gets met, I'm crying. Is there a list? I don't have a list yet. I will have more details. I will have more details in my Discord, which you could do !Discord. The only reason why I don't have a list yet is because it's not fully finalized yet. I have all the ideas, it's just all in my head and not written down. I was, even though I said I was gonna get it done last week, since I'm not doing anything tomorrow outside of, like, I mean, I have something I'm doing tomorrow, but that's, like, later in the day. I am going to, I'm going to finalize the list tomorrow. So that way everybody knows exactly everything, but essentially, like, right now, at least by word of mouth, it's like, you could, like, give a sub or pay an amount of bits to, like, switch the category that I'm doing. At least for the first day. You can also drop something to make me do a line in a character's voice. And then there will be 3 options. One is basically just, like, you could give me a line that's for one character. You have a couple of things. Is there a planned day for this? Not yet, but it's going to be a little later in the month. The second tier of that will be you can do a scenario between 2 characters. And then the third one is you could choose any combination of the characters and basically, like, write a script for me to do. One of the days, if we get that far, will be in a voice acting improv day. Where instead of giving me lines, you give me scenarios and I improvise. And then you can also have me do multiple characters where I have themes for both characters, and I have to stay in character for both and have them interact with each other. While keeping the themes, even if it's separate. It's gonna be interesting. One of the things is TWAC 106. That's one of the goals. One of the goals is going to be, one of the goals might be bash any percent. The final goal is bash 200%. Single segment. That is going to be an absurdly difficult goal. I'm just saying that right now. I may dedicate a day for Sonic instead of just Crash, so I might run Sonic Adventure and Sonic Heroes. Why are you playing this awfully mid-game? Yep. Maybe CTR 101% could be one of those goals too. Or CNK. CNK might be one of them. You grew up with this game? Nice. CNK might be on the list. Because of the skips. I don't know all the skips, though, is the issue. I know some of them. Wrath of Cortex. Wrath of Cortex is pretty good. I may have a free day where, I would do things that would be more subathon-like, which would be like, say, Archipelago. Multi-game Archipelago with friends. Loading screens. It depends on the version. Archie. Yep. SA1 Archie. That would be on the list. Donk Archie, maybe. That would be more of a bonus day. What I wouldn't want to do is, add a horror game, because I am not fun. Watching me play horror games is not fun. I don't get scared. I laugh at horror games, usually. And I make fun of them. Yeah, but I could play Lethal Company at any point in time. That'd be something more special. Like a solo game. Like Outlast or something. The only thing is it's not that fun. It's just not fun to watch me play a horror game because I don't get scared. Face cam is also going to be a goal. I watched Outlast. I was like, damn, it was kind of creepy. Face cam is going to be a sub goal, and it's not going to be a very large one. That is one of the reasons why I haven't really started it, is Amnesia. I've never played Amnesia, but I've always been curious. I've seen lots of gameplay of Amnesia, though. But yeah, one of the reasons why I'm still waiting until I get the 24-2X is because I don't know how I'm gonna set up facecam yet. Because I have the stuff, I just need to, like, figure out how to do, like, a screen or whatever. Which I think I'll just use a sheet. I just need to figure out how to set the sheet up. But yeah, I'll do facecam, and then from then on, I'll probably just do facecam permanently. Because once I solve that, it's like, yeah, cool. Am I gonna make a cool stream layout? No, fuck that. Why would I do that? You don't like my stream layout? Look at that, it's great. Simplicity. Virgil being a little bitch, she's just in a chair. He's waiting. Juego en consola. For me, it's DMC5 because that was my introduction to Virgil. I mean, it makes sense. Virgil's, like, ridiculously overpowered. I mean, to be fair, there's also Nero, and Nero is, like, way better than both Virgil and Dante. But he's still just a kid. Virgilio. Imagine. Wait, that's Johnny? There's no way that that's Johnny from Ed, Edd and Eddy, right? You're kidding, right? Oh, okay, I was about to say Johnny Young Bosch. I was like, wait a second, hang on. Because, okay, alright, so I have a reason why I was thinking that. I found out that Goku from the Ocean dub is Rolf from Ed, Edd and Eddy. Goku Ocean dub was fucking Rolf. Have I ever played Persona? I've played bits and pieces. Yes, that's why you would see like those the short form content. I have P3 Reload and I am planning on playing it on stream in the summer. A little bit later. Yeah, that's why you're seeing, like, the short-form content of Rolf, and Ed, Edd and Eddy in Dragon Ball Z. Because they found out that, that Goku is Rolf. Basically. I mean, I've seen so much gameplay of Persona 3 and Persona 4 that, like, and Persona 5, and I have the games, but I've seen gameplay for all, for 3, 4, and 5. Hang on, I need to concentrate. Damn it, I didn't jump. Like Lex Lang and Kenshiro. That first section was fast. It was pretty fast, yeah. But I have them on Steam. I will play them eventually. I said I was gonna play them this summer, so I am going to, but that'll probably be June or July. Damn it. The nut said no. That was very slow. That was stupid slow. I'm gonna be about, I think, plus 0.5. Point 7. That was still a 123 boat, by the way. Do I get perfect? I don't. Damn it. Okay. I got ceilinged. $69, nice. What do you mean I was faster there than I've ever been? What the fuck? I missed a slide. I missed a long jump, dude. Finally, the sun's out of my eyes. Medium high seas. Not super fast, but not super slow either. And you know what they say, medium is premium. I did take damage, okay. That's pretty fast. I think I figured out a good rhythm. Yep. Okay. Holy shit. That wasn't even that great. Look how fast. Look how much time I saved. Nah, it wasn't that great. I'm gonna do a long jump there. A lot of that time save that I got was just from the engine fight. The game tried. Didn't do a very good job of it, but it tried. Gotta do better than that, game. Oh shit, okay. Fair enough, you made your point. Okay. Is there different patterns on the engine fight? No. I'm manipulating the TNT, the TNT throw now.
Tell us where the treasure
And
is.
that's saving me a lot of time.
Let you go. Silence. Looks like we'll have to wring it out of him.
I am also going to be saving time on this fight, which I just found a time save for the Rio fight, which is kind of funny. One, three, 1, 2, 3, 1. One, 2, 3, 4. Go for bowl of ramen. Same. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1. Have any? Of course I did. It's one of the first things I did. 1, 2, 3, 4. That was one of the literal first things I did because I didn't know what else to do while I was in the airport and I didn't know how to get out. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1. One, 2, 3, 4. There you go. Now we get to see if this saves time. New time save is the body slams? Yes. I think so. I had a really fast jump in the last time I was here. And I ended up saving like half a second off of my best seg. To be fair, my movement was also very good. Oh no! Was it the best thing ever? I mean, it was good. I don't know if that saved time. I'm not even mad. Porque es más rápido. What is this? That was a 49. What is this? That was bad movement, though. Very bad, okay. I lost like 0.6 or 0.7 to just bad movement. Can I play Crash Twinsanity Nitro mode? No. Damn it. I don't think it's very fun. Nitro spam is not a fun mod. I would rather have something that's creative. Plus, a thing with just nitro spam would be extremely easy for me as well, because like when you it's interesting for a casual player who doesn't know many of the glitches, but somebody who knows most of the glitches and skips, it's just like, okay, you would instantly know if you can or can't do something. It's really boring. But yeah, that, if I get a, a run where I have both of my masks and I get to whatever. It's not fun to play, but it's fun when you watch someone else play it. So you're telling me that you want me to not have fun so other people have fun? Like, sure, the bash 200% thing would be pain. But the moments shared would be fun. My sole existence is for your entertainment. Imagine. Imagine when I leave for milk. Imagine. Fuck it, I'm going to V2ing. Just like my dad is crazy. I like maybe some people kind of look at what I'm doing right now and see like, well, this is kind of masochistic. You're basically not enjoying yourself so other people enjoy themselves. Actually, this is different because everybody's not watching trying to see my pain. They're waiting until the moment happens. And when the moment happens, when there is success, that is great. But just pain for the sake of pain? That ain't me, Chief. I stream because it's fun. And also, like, it makes grinds like this not boring. Because this grind is, I'm not gonna lie, kind of boring. Like, I mean, yeah, it's exciting when, like, I make a new breakthrough. Like the new, time saves that I just found for Hub 2, which is cool. Hub 2 has just been a little playground of, like, okay, let me try this, or let me do this, or, like, change, like, X, Y, or Z. And it's like, wait a second, hang on, I'm having these kinds of things, or, like, I have an epiphany or something, and saving those, like, making those little time saves, like I have been with Engine, has been very exciting. Because, like, this is stuff that people will know for the future. Okay. It's the little victories until we get the big victory, and then once we get the big victory, we move on to the next thing. The next beast that we have to tackle, and I'm going to fucking shart. The next beast, I'm debating between all levels and classic hundo. I might want to actually try to go for the sub 58, but I'm undecided. If it's not all levels, it's 105 in classic hundo. But I fucking hate all levels, so there's a good chance it's gonna be classic hundo. And then after 105 in classic hundo, it's gonna be the 101 in standard hundo. Or sub 101. It depends. It depends because, like, NDS has been tightening up a lot of my movement. I'm getting movement buffs because I have to do the same thing over and over again. And that will eventually move over to hundo and make my movement much cleaner than what I got in the run. So, once I take this level of movement and apply it to all levels and hundo, it's gonna be kind of scary. And I have to decide whether I want to just stop at 101, or if I actually want to do sub 101. If I get sub 101, then oof, like, yeah, that run's not being beaten. I don't think a sub 101 is going to be beaten for a very, very long time. Like, a run like that, I mean, I only have like 2 minutes of time save. So if I get a sub 101, like it's probably only going to be 30 seconds away from sum of best. And that's going to be interesting. And also, no, sub 1 is not happening. I'm skeptical if I'll even have sub 1 for best segs. Gotta lay down the law, yeah, basically. Because I know people are gonna ask about the sub 1. And I know everybody wants the sub 1, but sub 1 is not happening. Best segs, true. I mean, listen, I will let everybody know when sub 1 can happen. If I think sub 1 can happen, be ready. But I need to have it a sum of best of at least 5930. At least 5930 or a low 59. If it's a low 59, sub 1 is guaranteed. If I can't achieve that, then forget it. A very low 59 will mean that I can get the sub 1, but other than that, most likely, like, 59-30, sum of best is grasping at straws at that point. Because that also means I have to hit everything. I can't make any mistakes. Could do it, it's me. It depends. It very much so depends. I would have to pull out all the stops. I would possibly even have to go for strats that I really don't want to go for. But the only thing that we know for right now is that, or the thing is, the difference right now is, we don't know much about the movement, because as long as I feel it's worth, yeah, that's the thing. I don't know if it's worth. I'll evaluate once I do enough hundo runs. Fuck you! I'll know once I do enough hundo runs with my movement tightened from NDS. Because basically, when I did my hundo run, my last hundo run, it was when I started unlocking a higher tier of movement. And doing NDS has basically tightened that level of movement. So when I go back to hundo, I just say expect something. Expect something, but I don't know how much time it will save. There's 30 seconds of time save in boiler. There's 20 seconds in there's 20 seconds in there's 30 seconds of boiler, 20 seconds in rock slide, and 40 in antagony. So that's a minute and a half. That's almost sub 101. Plus there's like 10 seconds in Iceberg Lab. So like that's barely sub 101. Still possible. There's one 20-second time save and one 30-second time save I'm not going for. Problem. One of them is Crystal Crazy Skip. The other problem. Slide Skip. Having to reset over Crystal Crazy Skip is fucked. And Crystal Crazy Skip in Hundo is really fucked. Been super into it, learning about the runners and strats, yeah. Crystal Crazy Skip in Hundo saves 20 seconds, but it is absolutely fucked. Slide Skip is fucked. Like, really fucked. There is another cavern strat I'm not going for that saves like 4 seconds, but I don't think I'm going to implement that yet. Getting those extra 50 seconds would make grinding for the sub 1 barely possible, but I still don't know if the grind would be worth it. Because the thing is I would have to... What's Crystal Crazy Skip? Crystal Crazy Skip is when you, use the boxes to bounce super high to skip the ant fight in Cavern. It skips the Crystal Crazy cutscene. Problem. It is random. Damn it. My second jump was too early. It saves 50 seconds. It saves 50 seconds in all levels. It saves 20 seconds in Hundo. It's not worth it. Because you can go 30 resets, and that's into Cavern, by the way. 30 resets, and get nothing. No resets. Like, there's no setups that work 100% of the time, because it's impossible. Those setups don't work. The same thing with Slide Skip. Slide Skip is like a 50-50 on Xbox. And the worst part is that it is right before Slip Slide, which means you have Zombie. And if you fail it, you die. There is no recovering from it. But it saves 30 seconds. So here's the thing. Imagine this. Here's something that is basically like can be between 5% and 70% consistent. Completely random. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. After doing Hover Skip, and then basically doing all the other stuff. You also need Brower strats, or you won't go fast. Then, you have to do the entirety of Hundo. After the nerves of saving 20 seconds, plus you have to reset over Brower strats. Plus, halfway through an hour-long run, you have a 50-50 for the run to just fucking die. Plus you need Mother Skip. You have to reset on Mother Skip. Okay. Plus you need Mother Skip. Plus High Seas. Plus, basically Boiler, which Boiler is like... The next Boiler strats are going to be difficult. And then you basically have to hit every single time save. All of them. And then at the end, you basically have to, like, hope that you can do Cortex Antagony after all of that. What I would have to do to sub 1 at that point, because of all of those, is I would have to practice to the literal point where I'm so consistent I can play at my best at any possible moment. And that could take me months. I would have to be so consistent that in any possible condition, in any possible run, I could play at my best. And that would take practice, and I don't usually practice. I'm talking about sub 1. Sub 1 for 100%. But the problem is all of the things that would make it at least feasible are so inconsistent that just getting them would put me in a state of anxiety. And it rolls, because it's like, okay, I have to wait for the next trick to even care about the run. And it would spiral. It would be a massive spiral. So yeah, it would have to be the thing of, like, you gotta ask yourself how much pain you're willing to endure. However, it is also possible that with new movement buffs, just from, like, being better at the game, there is a distinct possibility that I can save enough time for sub 1 to potentially be viable, as long as I add one of the tricks. I am willing to try slide skip. I'm willing to try it because it's 30 seconds. The only problem is that even though I'm willing to, go for it, that doesn't mean I'm gonna save that much time. And I need to basically, like, keep running through, or doing runs with the nerves to get used to it. And I still have to do Cortex Antagony at the end. So the plan is that for Hundo, probably I'm gonna try at most to go for sub 101. And then call it a day. Because I just genuinely don't think that sub 1 is going to happen. Well, there's one way. We need to lab movement. If we have a perfect understanding of how to make movement faster, then I think we'll have, that I think is when we can start, like, actually trying to work on getting a, sub 1. Either that, or I go back and look at the TAS and see what's going on. Because the TAS, which does early hub 4, is sub 1. Without loads. So I don't know, like, I'll have to go and check to see what the differences are and why. I'll have to see why the TAS is faster than me. Outside of just, you know, strats that you can't fucking do in real time. And then just go from there. I might stop at 2450. It looks like my luck has been running out, and it's been 6 hours. I'm a little tired. I have other things that I want to do today. tomorrow I'm going to finalize the subathon stuff, and then at least make an announcement in my Discord. Then I have plans in the evening, and I'll basically be unavailable for the majority of the evening, and then Flowers, I'm teaching Flowers twins during the weekend, and then I don't know what I'm doing next week. It depends on a lot of things. I don't know what I'm doing. That was instant. Cool. That was 2 lag spikes. Interesting. That was really bad, okay. Fuck off, man! Just let me get out of this fucking, Usually once this starts happening, it's downhill. I've been doing pretty well with at least getting those, but once I start getting those, missing the body slam and shit, that's usually when things start going bad. It's too far to the right. Yeah, so it's the next, I will stop between the next 15 resets, or, between the next 15 resets, or, or the next time I get out of Hub 2. Very sad, because I got into AoE 5 times today. 4 times, I got the hardest body slam first try. But every single time, I stream weekdays, I stream whenever. I wasn't streaming yesterday or the day before because of unfortunate circumstances. I usually like my Fridays. My Fridays tend to be completely and totally open. It's either my Fridays or my Saturdays. I mean, once school starts back up, I won't be able to stream almost every day, but I'm going to stream for most days in the summer. But I am going to make sure that I also have free time. I may start announcing when I do streams on my Discord, which you can do !Discord to join it. You'll especially get, the info on the subathon. There we go. See, that's how you do it. Much better. Ah! I jumped too early. I may start doing, announcements for, like, the week. Like, what my schedule's gonna look like for the week. I may start doing that. That was pretty slow, but it works. Sounds like I'm actually transitioning into VTuber? No. I just want things to be slightly more organized. And also because I want to make sure that, like, my weeks are planned out. So I have free time. That's actually the whole reason why I'm saying, like, I'm doing this on, like, doing this on this day or whatever. And I do interact with VTubers a lot. So when I schedule stuff where I'm doing stuff with them, I do have to do that. Facecam will start during the subathon. Apparently that's slightly faster. My VTuber avatar is just a Virgil. Yep, a Virgil on the chair with my face. He said, let me reconsider. No, I'm not gonna turn into a VTuber. This summer, though, I am gonna be doing a lot more streaming, but that's mostly just, like, up until classes start again. Hey, look, another fast one. Yep, life. That should not have been that fast. Yep. Normal Twinsanity behavior. Yep. Normal Twinsanity behavior. But yeah, most likely, I'll try to stream on most days. Friday or Saturday are gonna be days where I may stream, but tentative. Because, plans. Plans or just rest. Make sure I don't burn myself out. I didn't get the right Happy Meal toy, brother.
Hey, Virgil, why are you so angry?
Just get him the fucking toy! Fuck you! But yeah, later in the month we'll see, what's it called, how the subathon goes. Hopefully that doesn't become too successful, because I don't think it will become successful where I'll be streaming for like a whole month. I don't think so. Maybe 2 or 3 days. I'll have plans for like 4 days. And then it'll just be back to me grinding something. Then maybe by the end of, like... Maybe by the end of June, I'll be done with Twinsanity and I'll be switching to switching to Spiral 1. And, I will probably also be playing Persona. Got me into speedrunning? I got Sonic Adventure, and I was good at it. Unless you mean, like, watching speedruns. Because watching speedruns, I loved glitch videos, and I was watching Halo and Sonic speedrunning videos since, like, 2007. Halo since, I think, 2005. But then I got Sonic Adventure, and then I found out I was, like, really good at it. Well, I got Sonic Adventure on 360, and then I found out I was, like, really fucking good at it. So, I decided to play. And I decided to become a speedrunner at that point. I got my first IL world record within a week. And, I mean, part of it was because I developed the spin dashing tech when I was 11. Because I was messing around with, Turbo. I was messing around with, Hold Y for Turbo on Action Replay, and I found out that spamming both spin dash buttons was faster. The community did not do this. They did not know that this was a thing, and I'm like, how the fuck did an 11-year-old figure this shit out when you guys never did? And so, basically, because of that, I was massively better than everybody else. When Axel says I kind of wrote the Bible in SA1 for, like, movement, he's not kidding. Like, somewhere in the level of, like, 90% of the modern metagame for Sonic Adventure was forged by me. And a lot of the stuff that I did between 2010 and 2014. Sonic Heroes was a combination, but I did a lot for Sonic Heroes too. Never even mentions me. Because they fucking hate me. That's the thing, is they fucking hate me. Because of a lot of narcissistic bullshit and a lot of drama that was taken the wrong way and always painted me in the bad light. So they wanted to kind of hide everything that happened. Like, it's really fucked up. And a lot of people will even say nowadays, like, they'll even say, like, what? No, we still respect you. It's like, yeah. Since when have I gotten an apology for all the bullshit that happened? It's like, dude, I did a lot for that game, and yes, I was a dumb motherfucker. But I suffered a lot being in that community. And being in the Sonic community in general. And it's like, I never was, no matter what I did, I was the bad guy. Even when I was doing good things, I was the bad guy and the scapegoat. I never got proper apologies from most people. There were some people, yes, I did get apologies for, and I got, like, certain things. And there were things that were talked out, because this is shit from almost a decade ago. A lot of it was a decade ago. And it's like, nobody talks about me because it was early and basically everything was drama related, so everybody wanted to just pretend like I don't exist. It was to the point, I shit you not, where if somebody was my friend, they would get ostracized. And I would even tell them, don't say you're friends with me, because you will be ostracized, you will be cast out. I'm serious. I had one person, actually, and this was in the 2020s, by the way, who refused to do commentary with me in a marathon run because he didn't want people to judge him. In 2020, I left the community in 2019. Yeah. I tried really hard for that community too. It hurts. Every time I think about it, it hurts. I mean, I can't say that I was like a saint. I definitely did cause drama in the early years. There is a reason why I have been, like, really happy to do Twinsanity. Because I did not get treated like that, in Crash Twinsanity. Like, there were problems, yeah, like, those things happened, but the thing is, like, the treatment I've gotten for running Twinsanity has been very much so, positive. Positive or neutral. That's also why I've stuck to Twinsanity longer than any other game. Was just because of the fact that, just because of the fact that, like, there's so many nice things I remember, and like, I don't talk about this. I'm gonna talk about it because why not? So when Kylie, yo, thanks for the sub, Summy. Like, the thing is when Kylie made that any percent history video of Crash Twinsanity, I think it was the first video I ever saw where somebody said something positive about me. I cried. Piss Monster and Piss World, what's up? Yo, Saucy. And I mean, it's just the facts. I don't want to make anybody feel bad for me because why not, right? I don't really care that much. Crash Bandicoot, yes. See, I'm telling you, this fucking engine shit is great. There's good vibes. The run is coming soon. You feel it? We'll see. If this is the run where I'm talking about drama again, ugh. Because like my 1037 hundo, or not hundo, my 1037 any percent run also had me talking about Sonic community drama. I almost died. Don't read chat at all in PB. I always read chat. That was some gospel high note? That wasn't a high note. Fuck! Because it reaches. I can go higher than that. I can hit soprano high C. And we'll let you go. That triple was still useless? Yeah. Can you tell me what this split is named after? There was a time when Axel and I were watching a lot of Simple Flips, and he was playing Wheel of Fortune. And we had the meme of... Hang on. 2, 3. We had the meme of that. 1, 2, 3. 1. You've hit a C7 once? I can hit up to, if I really try, I can get up to D6. Or not D6. What was it? F G6, I think? A6. That wasn't very high. So basically, Simple Flips was playing Wheel of Fortune, and he would say half a car, and then Axel and I would be like, half a car! Watch, Axel's gonna come in and be like, half a car. He's probably away. Otherwise, he would have said half a car by now. Two, 3, 1, 2. The second one wasn't very fast. So, the other thing is two halves of the same car, 1, 2, 3, 4, is also from the same time period. That is the only reason. Okay. I wasn't paying attention to the time, so I don't know if, I don't know where my, I don't know where my pace is. Okay, I got a long jump. Hang on. Have to concentrate. Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, I only saved half a second.
Let my brother go.
Just like last time?
My crystals!
So that didn't save time except on the last one? Weird.
Ruined! Thanks to
Perky here.
must be repaired.
I don't know. Axel might be away right now. He usually goes AFK.
Nina Cortex. Isn't she delightful?
Oprah, if she hated her audience but still wanted to waste money on them.
There. Quickly!
Yeah, so ironically, Saucy, this is an... if I PB in this, this is where I talk about Sonic speedrunning drama. Again.
Come along!
Woohoo, yep. I mean, I'm still doing really well. That was almost not even a 123 boat, now that I'm looking at it. That was pretty slow. Okay, let's see. Fuck. Fuck! Okay. Still fine. Okay.
They found us! Through the airship! Quickly!
I'm gonna lose a few seconds. About 6 seconds, looks like.
So, Crybaby Cortex is all grown up. I see you found employment as a barber.
I'm an evil
The
son.
car did not come together the same as we once hoped, yeah.
To me, you'll always be a little bird.
Okay. I don't know if I'm going to get a sub. But this is a really fast fight. Imagine. Jersey Mike's, brother. I wish Jersey Mike's weren't so damn expensive, but Jersey Mike's is nice. Okay. How much time do I lose? Ugh. Jimmy John's. Okay. Alright. Random local place always gets the best shit. Jersey Mike's is nice. Okay. So here's the thing. Alright. Here's the thing. We need to... How much time do I need to save?
A new dimension! It should have been 2 new dimensions, but we
Okay,
ran out.
cross your fingers. Okay, warp skip. Damn it. Okay, everybody type in all caps. Here it comes, no spaces.
Victor and Moritz's stronghold of evil. This is where we wrong the rights and sweep the past under the rug.
Okay. The sub, thanks for the good luck, by the way. Oh, that was close. Sub 2430 is barely possible. I almost, nope. There it is. There it is. There it is. Okay. See if there's anybody to raid. I think we raid Sloth. There is Stew. We can raid Stew. We can also raid Jordy, or we could raid Sloth. I think we raid Jordy. I'm not streaming tomorrow. I will be back, I will be back on Saturday, unless something happens. If plans change, I'll say something on my stream. Bruh. Get off my fucking screen. I'm not getting turbo, you fucking dick. Bye-bye.